Chapter 2155. Ambassador Nan was stunned after being slapped away. Why did Yi Xian attack her just like that? Most importantly, how could he be so strong? Ambassador Nan gazed at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, I know you're angry at me." Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. "You're wrong." Ambassador Nan gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "I was angry at that time. After all, I treated you as a friend. But I'm not angry anymore because I've repaid you. Just like I said, we're even. As for now, I'm indeed the sect master of the Dark Sword Immortal Sect, and this chaotic world belongs to the Dark Sword Immortal Sect." He paused for a moment before he continued. "Why should I share the chaotic energy of this chaotic world with you? Who do you think you are? You're not my woman." Ambassador Nan was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Elder Shao, send her off." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Ambassador Nan suddenly said, "Aren't you afraid that everyone will join forces against you?" Yi Xian didn't even look back. "If you dare to attack today, then the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will cease to exist tomorrow." Ambassador Nan's face turned ghastly pale. Elder Shao gazed at her. "Fuck off." The Dark Sword Immortal Sect was naturally aware of Ambassador Nan's schemes. However, they hadn't gone to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the beginning. After all, they were quite afraid of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Of course, they were afraid of the mysterious Pavilion Master. However, the mysterious Pavilion Master hadn't made an appearance for 1,000 years. Now that he had Yi Xian, he wasn't afraid of the mysterious Pavilion Master at all. "We have young Master Yi." Ambassador Nan remained silent for a long time before she turned around and left. How could she dare to resist? The weakest here was a Saint Heart, and she was the only Saint Heart in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The gap in their strength was too huge. However, she couldn't figure out how Yi Xian had become the sect master of the Dark Sword Immortal Sect. Her original plan was to let the forces behind Yi Xian fight against the Xian Sword Celestial Sect. After both sides suffered heavy losses, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would take advantage of the situation. Now, Yi Xian had become the sect leader of the Mystic Sword Celestial Sect. The dragon-slaying teenager turned into a dragon? It might not be appropriate to say this, but she was indeed very depressed. Targeting Yi Xian? She really didn't have the guts. Even now, when he thought about the sword of the mysterious woman in the plain dress, he still felt his heart palpitate. At this time, the Southern envoy suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked around, a trace of confusion in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the world was so unfair. Yi Xian managed to get what she had struggled for her whole life in such a short time. Thinking of this, Ambassador Nan's heart was filled with anger. She stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian, who was walking towards the Hall of Pretentiousness. "I don't think it's fair. This world is too unfair." Yi Xian stopped and said softly, "How can there be absolute fairness in this world?" The Southern envoy stared at Yi Xian. "You're so lucky." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at the Southern envoy and said with a smile, "What are you trying to say?" The Southern envoy's expression was calm. "You're lucky to have an invincible younger sister. If it wasn't for her, how could a person with ordinary talent like you have come this far? If it wasn't for her, how could you have become the sect leader of the Mystic Sword Celestial Sect?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Miss Southern Envoy, we met because of good karma. Even after we settled our debts, I felt that we parted on good terms. I had no malice towards you, nor did I want to have malice towards you. But now you insulted me." He shook his head again. "I'm not angry at all. I'm just a little disappointed. You're no longer the wise and farsighted Miss Southern Envoy I met." The Southern envoy stared at Yi Xian. "Am I wrong?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course you're wrong. If it wasn't for Qing I would still have my father. Do you know who this Mystic Sword Immortal Sect belongs to? It's my father's." The Southern envoy's expression froze. Yi Xian said again, "Miss Southern Envoy, if you think it's unfair, then you can recognize me as your father. This way, you'll have a powerful backer." Hearing this, the Southern envoy flew into a rage. "You're insulting me." Before her voice fell, her pupils suddenly shrank. She wanted to retreat, but the next moment, A sword had pierced half an inch into her forehead. The azure profound sword. The azure profound sword directly suppressed the southern envoy's divine soul. The southern envoy stared at the distant Yi Xian. Your strength. Why are you so strong? Yi Xian smiled. I've always been strong. When I asked you whether you needed me to help you destroy the immortal Taoist temple, did you think I was bragging? The southern envoy's face was extremely ugly. She had thought that Yi Xian's strength was ordinary. She had never imagined that Yi Xian's strength was this strong. She had a sacred heart. But a sacred heart couldn't even fight back in front of Yi Xian? The southern envoy still wanted to say something, but the azure profound sword completely absorbed her soul. Until her death, the southern envoy had never imagined that Yi Xian would really kill her. She died with everlasting regret. To Yi Xian, not killing her was his mercy, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't kill her. He, Yi Xian, would repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The original kindness had been repaid. They were even. After Yi Xian returned to the hall, he learned about the mystic sword immortal sect from Xiaoming. There were more than 40 swordsmen in the mystic sword immortal sect, all of whom had a sacred heart. Everyone's goal was the immortal body. There were also a few swordsmen who chose to focus on sword Dao, and these swordsmen who specialized in sword Dao were the strongest in the mystic sword immortal sect. The mystic sword immortal sect was very strong. However, he still didn't plan to bring these swordsmen to the heaven burial sacred territory. Because he was too strong now. He wouldn't even be afraid of an eternal immortal body, let alone an immortal body. Therefore, after giving Xiaoming some instructions, Yi Xian set off for the heaven burial sacred territory. Before he left Tu Chun and the others in the mystic sword immortal sect, because they had also reached the sacred heart realm. In the Milky Way, Yi Xian shuttled back and forth on his sword. On the way, Xiao Ta suddenly asked, Young master, will we become the younger brother when we go to the heaven burial sacred territory? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Xiao Ta wanted to say something else, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Stop talking nonsense. We need to hurry. With that, his figure flickered and disappeared at the end of the Milky Way. His father had only given him a rough route, so he couldn't use the profound azure sword to directly travel to the heaven burial sacred territory. Heaven burial sacred territory. The name didn't sound like a good place. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what trouble his sister had caused over there. He felt a little sullen at the thought. Why should the younger brother clean up the mess for the older sister? What AF asterisk kept up life. Half a month later, Yi Xian finally arrived at the heaven burial sacred territory. Yi Xian furrowed his brows as soon as he entered the heaven burial god domain. That was because he sensed a strong murderous intent and evil energy the moment he stepped into the heaven burial god domain. Yi Xian looked around. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Yi Xian was about to leave when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the old man calmly. The old man smiled. Is this young master's first time in the heaven burial sacred territory? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man smiled. Greetings, young master. This old man is from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Yi Xian was shocked. Celestial Treasure Pavilion? The old man nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he took out a scroll. Young master is new here, so you're definitely not familiar with the heaven burial sacred territory. I have some information here that describes in detail the various powers and experts in the heaven burial sacred territory, as well as some dangerous places. Originally, it required 100 star veins, but now it only requires 88 star veins. 88 star veins. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Why don't you just rob someone? Won't I know everything you said after I ask around? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Young master will naturally know the basic information once you ask around. However, some information can't be obtained just by asking around. For example, which places are dangerous, which people are dangerous, and so on. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Give me one. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring descended before the old man. The old man grinned, and then he passed the scroll to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian put the scroll away, the old man took out another scroll. And then he said, "Young master, this scroll describes in detail the cultivation realms and combat strengths of those dangerous people, and the danger level of those dangerous places. Do you need it?" Yi Xian's face froze when he heard that. Fuck. What a trap. What a trap. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Give me one." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring descended before the old man. The old man hurriedly put it away, and then he passed the scroll to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian put it away, the old man took out another scroll, and then he said, "Young master, I can see that your strength is extraordinary, and ordinary experts shouldn't be much of a threat to you. My scroll records some relatively mysterious and extraordinary experts, and all of them are extremely formidable. I only want 180 star veins. Are you interested?" Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "Give me one." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and then a spatial ring descended before the old man. The old man hurriedly put it away, and then he took out another scroll. "Young master, based on your expression, it should be your first time here. I presume you're either looking for the star-searching divine veins, or someone. There are a few maps in this scroll, and they record a few ruins. The weakest ruins belong to experts with eternal realm willpower. My immortal treasure pavilion is holding an event today, and I don't want 10,000 or 8,000. I only want 3,800 star veins. Are you interested?" Yi Xian nodded his head. "Yes." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of the old man. The old man was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He hurriedly put away the spatial ring, and then he took out a token. "Young master, if you get a divine item or a star divine vein, you'll definitely be hunted down. This is a protection token. As long as you have this token, you can stay in my immortal treasure pavilion for a day. During this day, you'll be under the protection of my immortal treasure pavilion. Young master, the previous ones are not essential to you, but you must buy the last one. It's a life-saving token. It only costs 5,200 star veins. 5,200 star veins for a life. Is it worth it?" Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "It's worth it." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of the old man. The old man was so happy that his eyes were about to close. He hurriedly put away the spatial ring, and then he took out a piece of white cloth that was filled with words. "Young master, since you chose to buy a protection token, it's obvious that you're here to cause trouble. In that case, I have no choice but to recommend this for you." As he spoke, he said seriously, "This is a life insurance. If you buy this insurance, as long as you're in danger and injured, you'll enjoy free rescue from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. No matter where you are, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will rush to your rescue in the shortest time possible. Also, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will pay for all the medical expenses after you're injured. Apart from that, every time you're injured, you'll receive compensation from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As for the amount of compensation, it'll depend on your injury. If you're unlucky enough to die in a battle, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will compensate you tenfold. For example, if you spend 10,000 star veins to buy this insurance, you'll receive 100,000 star veins as compensation after you die. We'll give these to your family. Moreover, after you die, we will also bury you. We will handle your funeral in a dignified manner, so that you can leave in style." Yi Xian. Chapter 2156. Yi Xian fell silent. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Fuck. He suddenly realized that he'd severely underestimated the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, based on your appearance, I can tell that you're here to cause trouble. If you take this risk, then you'll definitely make a profit." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a command token appeared in his hand. The Dark Sky Token. The old man's expression instantly froze when he saw the Dark Sky Token in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian smiled. "Based on your expression, you should recognize this token." The old man suddenly put the white cloth away, and then he bowed slightly. "I didn't know young master's identity just now. I was rude." Yi Xian smiled. "What's the relationship between all of you and the Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" The old man smiled. We're a family. However, everyone does things their own way. They're in charge of worlds with comparatively lower martial Dao civilizations, and we're in charge of worlds with comparatively higher martial Dao civilizations. Yi Xian was quite curious. Exactly how many families does your celestial treasure pavilion have? The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. I don't know the specifics. Only the pavilion master knows. Yi Xian asked, Is your pavilion master here? The old man shook his head. She isn't. As for where she is, I don't know as well because I've never met her. The pavilion master of the celestial treasure pavilion. Yi Xian fell silent. She's really mysterious. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly withdrew all the spatial rings that Yi Xian had given him, and then he returned them to Yi Xian. Young master, you're the most distinguished guest of my celestial treasure pavilion, and you enjoy all the rights of the celestial treasure pavilion. Take these. Yi Xian put the spatial rings away, and then he smiled. How many star veins do you earn every single day? The old man smiled embarrassedly. Not much. On good days, a few thousand star veins a day. A few thousand star veins. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Fuck. That's too profitable. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and said, Help me look for someone. The old man quickly said, All right. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a painting appeared in his hand. It's her. The old man received the portrait and said, Young master, please wait a moment. It won't take too long. Just 15 minutes will do. With that, he turned around and left. 15 minutes. Yi Xian looked at the departing old man in silence. The strength of the celestial treasure pavilion was terrifying. At this time, the old man appeared in front of Yi Xian again. The old man's expression was solemn. Young lord, we've found this woman. May I ask who she is? Yi Xian said, My sister. The old man said solemnly, Your sister is in danger. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? The old man's expression was rather solemn. She's being chased by Burial Mountain right now. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Burial Mountain? The old man nodded. The strongest superpower in this world. Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. This big sister is really good at causing trouble. The old man continued. Not only that, but according to what we know, she killed a young master from the land of the gods. She's being chased by two superpowers. Yi Xian's expression froze. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Should we go save her? Yi Xian asked. What realm is the strongest person in these two powers? The old man said solemnly, Eternal. Eternal. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Even though he wasn't afraid of Eternal, it didn't mean that he could defeat eternal beings. After all, eternal beings could enter the river of time as well. This big sister. Yi Xian shook his head. The old man continued. Young master, if you want to save her, then you must rush over immediately, because your sister's situation isn't optimistic. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Can I mobilize the experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion within my authority? The old man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was overjoyed. I want to mobilize your eternal immortal experts. The old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian frowned. Why? The old man smiled awkwardly. We don't. No. Yi Xian was shocked. Are you joking? You don't have eternal immortal experts? The old man nodded. Indeed we don't. If we do, young master can mobilize them. But we don't. Yi Xian. The old man smiled awkwardly. We are businessmen. We don't usually fight. Yi Xian said solemnly. If you don't have strength, how can you establish a foothold here? Didn't they rob you a long time ago? The old man smiled. The reason they don't dare to touch us is because our pavilion master almost killed them. Therefore, the ancestors of their forces have issued a death order not to provoke the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Mysterious pavilion master. Yi Xian fell silent. He was more and more curious about the mysterious pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Of course, he was also troubled. Damn it. You have the right to mobilize our experts, but we don't have any experts for you. Holy shit. This Celestial Treasure Pavilion is really a deity. The old man hesitated. Young Master Yi, if you don't go, your sister will be in danger. Yi Xian said calmly. Don't worry. Even if I die, she won't die. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. The old man hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, I haven't told you where she is. Yi Xian returned to the old man. Where? The old man said solemnly. In the Sukuan Sea. Go to the right and you will reach it. Yi Xian nodded. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said, Can I buy that personal accident insurance? The old man shook his head. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Because I'm your VIP? The old man shook his head again. No. We will evaluate the risk when we sell it. Young Master Yi, our evaluation is that people like you are very dangerous and have a high chance of dying. Therefore, we can't sell it to you. We are afraid of losing money. Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. You specialize in making sure you don't lose money. You guys are awesome. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a streak of sword light that vanished into the horizon. The old man was speechless. To Yi Xian, traveling 10,000 miles was just a matter of a snap of his fingers. After arriving at the Sukuan Sea, Yi Xian found that the scenery was quite beautiful. The seawater was clear like a mirror. He could see the bottom of the sea at a glance. When he arrived, it happened to be night time. Therefore, the sky full of stars was reflected in the sea. It was beautiful. After admiring it for a while, Yi Xian looked into the distance. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was because he had already sensed Yang Ninshue's aura. Soon, Yi Xian saw Yang Ninsue. When he saw her, Yi Xian was stunned. At this time, Yang Ninsue was in a somewhat miserable state. Not only was there blood at the corner of her mouth, but one of her arms had been cut off. In addition, her aura was very weak, and her face was as pale as paper. She was seriously injured. Yi Xian frowned. Why was his sister in such a miserable state? Not far in front of Yang Ninsue stood an old man and a middle-aged man. Both of them had eternal will, and there were 10 people around them. These 10 people had eternal bodies. They had been ganged up on. Seeing Yi Xian, Yang Ninsue was overjoyed. She ran in front of Yi Xian and gave Yi Xian a big hug. Then she said excitedly, Brother, my dear little brother, I missed you so much. Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the old man and the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian, and they frowned when they saw Yi Xian. They couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation. Yang Ninsue moved closer to Yi Xian and said softly, Brother, did you come alone? Yi Xian nodded. Yang Ninsue looked at Yi Xian. Where's father? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, He said he went to have fun. Yang Ninsue was stunned, and then she flared up with rage. That beast! Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Ninsue hesitated for a moment and said, Did he give you anything to save your life? For example, sword energy? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Yang Ninsue was astounded. Not even a strand of sword energy? Yi Xian nodded. Not even a strand of sword energy. Yang Ninsue hesitated for a moment and said, When I left, he gave me 5 strands of sword energy. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Ninsue was slightly helpless. I used them all. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Brother, father didn't even give you a strand of sword energy. I seriously suspect that you're not father's biological son. Yi Xian's expression froze. Yang Ninsue said again, Can you be called Tianming? Yi Xian shook his head. Yang Ninshue's face darkened. Are you sure? Yi Xian was helpless. I'm sure. Yang Ninsue looked at Yi Xian. Then why did you come here? Yi Xian said indifferently. Father asked me to help you. But it seems like I can't help you with anything. Yang Ninshue's face fell. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Why did you fight with them? Yang Ninsue blinked and said, I found a mystic realm. There are many treasures in that mystic realm, and there are even star god veins. Yi Xian hurriedly said, How many? Yang Ninsue looked at Yi Xian warily. Not many, just 1 or 2. Yi Xian glared at Yang Ninsue. Why would they chase after you just because of 1 or 2? Are they crazy? Yang Ninsue hesitated for a moment and said, A dozen or so. Yi Xian said indifferently, Just how many? Yang Ninsue said, It's true, just a dozen or so. I can swear that if I'm lying, father will be hacked to death. The man in green was speechless. Yi Xian looked at Yang Ninsue. If you don't tell the truth, then I'm leaving. As he spoke, he turned and left. Yang Ninshua's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly pulled on Yi Xian. Little brother, you're my biological little brother. Yi Xian said indifferently. What if it's fake? Yang Ningxue was speechless. Yi Xian said again. How many? Yang Ningxue hesitated for a moment and said, A few hundred. A few hundred. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he raised a finger. Half, give me half. Yang Ningxue jumped up. You're too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yi Xian said calmly. Then you can call me Dad. Let Father save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yang Ningxue hurriedly pulled on Yi Xian. Don't. We can talk, we can talk. Yi Xian looked at Yang Ningxue. Are you giving it to me or not? Yang Ningxue nodded. Yes, I'll give it to you. Yi Xian opened his right hand. Give it to me first, then I'll help you fight. Yang Ningxue hesitated. At this moment the old man suddenly said, Your Excellency, are you going to interfere? Yi Xian glanced at Yang Ningxue, and then said, I'm not interfering. You guys continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yang Ninshua's expression changed and she hurriedly said, I'll give it to you after the fight. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Big sister, we're all on the same side, so don't play tricks. Don't you have any idea what kind of character our family is? Yang Ningxue was speechless. P.S. I will definitely explode, but not now. This month is almost over. Can you guys vote for me first? I never go back on my word. After being together for so many years, you should trust my character, right? Chapter 2157. In the end, Yang Ningxue reluctantly gave Yi Xian a spatial ring, and there were 150 star god veins within it. After he put the spatial ring away, Yi Xian gazed at the old man who led the group. The old man said, Do you really intend to interfere in this matter? They were quite vigilant and fearful of Yi Xian, because they couldn't sense Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian said with a serious expression, Of course I'm going to interfere. She's my older sister, and blood is thicker than water. Bullying her is equivalent to bullying me. Yang Ningxue was speechless. The old man's gaze gradually turned icy cold when he heard Yi Xian. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the two Eternal Realm experts behind him charged at Yi Xian. However, he didn't attack. He wanted to probe Qinshi's strength first. As soon as they moved, two rays of light pierced through their foreheads. Hiss! Hiss! Two strands of blood sprayed out. Instant annihilation. Moreover, it was instant annihilation. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Yang Ningxue, who stood by Yi Xian's side, had a shocked expression on her face. Is this little brother that strong? Meanwhile, the old man spoke in a low voice. May I know who you are? Yi Xian smiled. All of you can attack me together. Attack him together. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly became unsightly when they heard this. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. The old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. And then he said, Let's go. Let's go. As soon as he spoke, the old man and the others turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the end, they didn't choose to go head-on against Qinshi. Going head-on against Qinshi might be pointless. After all, experts of such a level weren't existences that they could deal with. Yang Ningxue gazed at Yi Xian once she saw the old man and the others flee. She sized Yi Xian up and said, Little brother, how did you become so strong? Yi Xian said with a smile. That makes me strong? I didn't even use 10% of my strength in that sword strike just now. Yang Ningxue glared at Yi Xian. Don't pretend in front of me. Yi Xian laughed. Meanwhile, Yang Ningxue spoke solemnly. Brother, let's head to the ruins again. Yi Xian hurriedly said, You didn't take all the treasures from the ruins? Yang Ningxue shook her head. No, I didn't dare to go deeper because it's too dangerous. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, How dangerous? Yang Ningxue glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, There's no danger with you here. Yi Xian was speechless. After Yang Ningxue recovered from her injuries, the two of them headed for the relic. Not long after, the two of them arrived at an island deep in the Void Kuan Sea. Yang Nianxue glanced at the surroundings and said, "The Void Kuan Ocean isn't simple. We have to be careful." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Sis, why aren't you with Dad? Aren't you able to get anything you want by following him?" Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes. "I have no freedom by his side. I can come out by myself and play however I want. Isn't that great?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Yang Nianxue led Yi Xian to a huge stone door, but there was nothing behind it. Yi Xian asked, "Is it inside?" Yang Nianxue nodded. She walked over to the door and took out a white box. A stream of air slowly drifted out from within the box. Crack. Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a sound, and then a white vortex appeared behind the door. Yang Nianxue hurriedly put the box away. Yi Xian was quite curious. "Sis, what's in that box?" Yang Nianxue smiled. "Whitey's aura." Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. "Whitey's aura?" Yang Nianxue nodded. "It's very useful to use her aura to explore some ruins, because some ruins are guarded by formations or barriers. Barriers and formations mean that they have a spirit, and if they have a spirit, then they'll fall for Whitey's trick." Yi Xian was speechless. The siblings entered the black vortex, and a short while later, they arrived at a huge stone square. The square was a few kilometers wide, and there was a floating black hall not too far away from them. There were 2 words above the hall: Void Kuan Ocean Palace. Yang Nianxue said, "I came here before, and I obtained the Star God Vein from here. However, I wasn't able to enter the hall." Yi Xian asked, "Someone is guarding it?" Yang Nianxue nodded. "Very strong." Yi Xian looked at the hall and said, "Your box." Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Whitey is useless against people." Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue continued, "There was definitely a very strong sect here in the past, but it was destroyed for some unknown reason. There are definitely a lot of good things in that hall. We'll be rich if we can enter it." Yi Xian looked at the hall, and then he opened his palm, and Xiaotao appeared in it. Xiaotao hurriedly said, "Young master, what are you doing?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Xiaotao, with your current strength, who can harm you in less than 3 strikes? Don't be afraid. Go." As he spoke, he suddenly tossed it towards the hall. Xiaotao had just touched the hall when a ray of white light suddenly slashed Xiaotao's body. Bang! Xiaotao was instantly sent flying. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiaotao fell into his hand. At the same time, he retreated a few dozen meters. Yi Xian looked at Xiaotao, and he noticed that there were actually some cracks on Xiaotao's body. Yi Xian looked at the hall and frowned slightly. "Interesting." Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, you." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I'll ask Qing to improve your strength the next time I see her." Xiaotao immediately changed his words. "Young master, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue glanced at Xiaotao, and then she said, "Why has Xiaotao become so fancy after being with you for so long?" Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue said, "Do you have any other way?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Yang Nianxue hurriedly asked, "What way?" Yi Xian said, "Let's go in." As he spoke, he walked towards the hall in the distance. Yang Nianxue pulled on Yi Xian's arm and asked seriously, "Are you confident?" Yi Xian nodded. Yang Nianxue hesitated for a moment, and then she nodded. "Be careful. If you think it's dangerous, then we don't want it. In any case, Dad and Mom have bought a lot of assets for us, and we have assets to inherit." Xiaotao was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Do we have a lot of assets?" Yang Nianxue blinked. "You don't even know?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Like hell I know." Yang Nianxue's expression became slightly strange. Yi Xian sighed softly. "Our family values women more than men." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the hall in the distance. When he arrived before the hall, a ray of white light slashed over, and the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! The green profound sword shield trembled violently, and it forcibly withstood the attack. After withstanding the attack, Yi Xian's figure trembled, and he directly entered the hall. However, the next moment, he seemed to feel something, and his expression changed. The next moment, bang! In the hall, following a muffled sound, Yi Xian was directly thrown out of the hall. Yang Nianxue hurriedly ran in front of Yi Xian, and she was a little worried. Are you all right? Yi Xian shook his head slightly, and he looked into the hall, and said in a deep voice, There's someone alive inside. Alive? Yang Nianxue looked up at the hall in the distance, and at this moment, an old man slowly walked over. The old man wore a thick black robe, and he was rather short, but his eyes were very sharp. The old man glanced at Yang Nianxue, and then looked at Yi Xian. Swordsman. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. After a moment of silence, the old man said, Your realm isn't high enough, but your strength is terrifyingly strong. You're someone who doesn't cultivate realm. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. After a moment of silence, the old man said, What are you doing here? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, if I may ask, you are. The old man's expression was calm. I'm no longer here. What you see now is just a trace of my image. Image? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Senior is an expert above the eternal immortal realm. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, to be honest, us brother and sister are here for the inheritance. Inheritance? The old man fell silent. Yi Xian asked softly. Senior left behind an inheritance, right? The old man nodded. Yes, but I'm afraid the two of you aren't suitable. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? The old man said in a deep voice. You're already so strong. Why do you still need an inheritance? Hearing that, Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. It was the first time he had been praised like this. In the past, he was like a little brother to him. The old man said again, You're cultivating the boundless realm, and I'm cultivating the existence realm, so it's not suitable for you. Moreover, you're so strong that even my main body might not be able to do anything to you. Also, the sword in your hand is extremely extraordinary, and the person who made this sword is definitely stronger than me. Therefore, my inheritance isn't of much use to you. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Senior, you've misunderstood. Although I'm cultivating the boundless realm, I'll use these realms as reference. If Senior is willing to give your inheritance to me, I'll definitely bring it to greater heights. The old man fell silent. He seemed to be hesitating. Yi Xian said again, Senior, it's not that I'm boasting, but after today, it'll be difficult for you to find a super genius like me. Yang Nianxue couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian when she heard that. Can you be a little more shameless? Yi Xian was speechless. The corners of the old man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. Yi Xian continued, Senior, look at me again. Were there many monstrous geniuses like me in your era? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Not many. Yi Xian continued, Then do you think you'll be able to meet someone as outstanding as me? The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, It'll be difficult. Yi Xian said seriously, Then what are you hesitating for? The old man said softly, You're good, but your skin is a little too thick. I'm afraid you'll ruin my reputation one day. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2158. His reputation would be ruined. Yi Xian was instantly infuriated when he heard the old man. This geezer really doesn't know how to speak properly. Yang Nianxue couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Yi Xian being humiliated. The old man continued, Young brother, you're very strong, so you really don't need my inheritance. Moreover, our Daos are completely different, so my Dao isn't suitable for you. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Then I won't force you. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Nianxue. You've gotten lucky. Yang Nianxue chuckled. We're all family, so you've gotten lucky as well. Yi Xian puckered his lips and didn't say anything. The old man sized up Yang Nianxue and said, Actually, you aren't very suitable as well. Yang Nianxue's smile froze when she heard this. Yi Xian roared with laughter. The old man sighed softly. Both of you are very outstanding, but both of you really aren't suitable for my inheritance. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, Then how long do you intend to wait? The old man fell silent, and his expression was quite dim. The two people before him were not bad, but it was a pity that they were not suitable for his inheritance. That was because he could tell that their origins were not simple, and the Daos they cultivated far surpassed his Daos. Thus, if he were to give his inheritance to the two of them, it would not be long before his inheritance would be eliminated by the two of them, and he would eventually disappear from this world. It wasn't that they weren't good, they were too good. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, how about this? Give your inheritance to me, and I'll find an heir for you in the future." The old man gazed at Yi Xian. "You'll find an heir for me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Since both of us aren't suitable for your inheritance, then we'll help you find one. It's better than waiting here bitterly. What do you think?" The old man pondered deeply for a long time before he nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a black scroll appeared in his hand. He looked at Yi Xian, and the scroll slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. "My inheritance is in this." Yi Xian put the scroll away and said, "Senior, aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself?" The old man laughed. "Young friend, your great Tao far surpasses my Tao. You won't be interested in this level of inheritance." Yi Xian smiled and put away the scroll. The old man opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, "After I died, my life savings were all here." As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them. "I'll give them to you." After that, the storage ring flew over to Yi Xian and Yang Ninxue. He knew that they'd definitely come to seek wealth. If he didn't give them some benefits, then his inheritance might be sold off by them. The corners of Yi Xian and Yang Ninshue's mouths raised slightly when they heard this. Yi Xian reacted swiftly, and immediately put the storage ring away. Actually, they really didn't care much about this inheritance. What they cared about was wealth. Yi Xian was suddenly a little curious. "Senior, as far as I know, powerhouses like you can be reborn even if you only have a wisp of consciousness left, let alone a wisp of your soul. Why did you?" The old man smiled bitterly. "You're right. Under normal circumstances, even a strand of consciousness can be reborn. However, I died an unnatural death." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "An unnatural death?" The old man nodded. "When I was killed all those years ago, my future and present were severed. In other words, I was completely wiped out. So I can't be reborn. Even if I can be reborn, I'll still die." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Severed the present and future of that person?" The old man smiled. "Young friend, you should be able to do that as well." Yi Xian fell silent. He really did have that strength, but he'd overlooked it all this time. Now that he thought about it, he noticed that every single person he'd killed had been completely wiped out by him, and there wasn't any trace of life left in them. The old man continued, "This strand of my soul was left behind at the very beginning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met today." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Senior, how strong was the person who killed you?" The old man glanced at Yi Xian. "Very strong." Yang Ninxue suddenly asked, "How strong is very strong?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "I wasn't even able to resist a single attack from him all those years ago." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Was it a swordsman?" The old man shook his head. "No." Yi Xian and Yang Ninxue exchanged glances. "It wasn't a swordsman. Since it wasn't a swordsman, then it wasn't one of the three swords. After all, there were other extraordinary big shots besides the three swords in this world." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Senior, can you tell me about that person?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "It's best that you don't." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The old man laughed bitterly. "If I tell him about it, then he'll know right away. At that time, both of you will be in danger." Yang Ninxue turned to look at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid?" Yi Xian replied with a question. "Aren't you?" Yang Ninxue hesitated for a moment and said, "You seem to be quite strong now, so there's no need for us to be afraid." Yi Xian glared at Yang Ninxue. "Do you think I'm your father?" Even though he wasn't weak now, he wasn't Xiao Ta who would say that he was invincible under the three swords, and he would trade one for one above the three swords. Damn it! He'd been beaten up for so many years, So if he still hadn't improved at all, then wouldn't he have lived his life like a dog? Young Nianxue puckered her lips and didn't say another word. Actually, she was quite afraid as well. If the old man really was very strong, then the two of them might really die here. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Even though I don't dare to say anything about him, I can give you a reminder. He always carries a small bamboo basket on his back." His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the old man's soul suddenly ignited, and then he vanished in the next moment, as if he'd never appeared. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue were dumbfounded when they witnessed this scene. He was perfectly fine, but he vanished just like that. Meanwhile, the space in front of them suddenly trembled slightly, and a mysterious aura was growing closer and closer. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue looked at each other. The brother and sister were suddenly a little nervous. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Big sis, call me Dad." Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice. "Go ahead." Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue. "Don't tell me that you can't call him." Yang Nianxue nodded. "You guessed it right, brother." Yi Xian's expression froze. That aura was growing closer and closer. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. "Big sis, are you sure you can't call him Dad?" Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice. "Brother, why don't you bring up the rear?" Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, "Damn it, you two idiots are still chattering here. Can't you just run away?" Hearing this, Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue were stunned. In the next moment, Yi Xian took Yang Nianxue and vanished on the spot. Run away. Not long after Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue slipped away, a soft suddenly sounded from within the hall, and in the next moment, the entire ruins turned into nothingness. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue appeared on the surface of the ocean, and they heaved sighs of relief when they saw the ruins below them vanish without a trace. Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice. "It's really dangerous out there." Yi Xian glanced at Yang Nianxue. "Big sis, I think you should go back and follow Dad. Even though it isn't so free, it's safe." Yang Nianxue shook her head. "Following Dad is too boring. Moreover, Little White and Arya aren't here, so it's too boring." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Big sis, it's not impossible for you to live in the outside world, but can you become stronger?" Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. "Do you think I'm a burden to you?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "No." Yang Nianxue snorted, and then she said, "Little brother, you can't be so narrow-minded. Even though I'm not very strong now, I've been with Dad for so many years, and I still have some connections. I can help you in the future." Yi Xian curled his lips. "I don't believe you." Yang Nianxue suddenly spread out her palm. "Little brother, it's time to split the money." Yi Xian was a little confused. "Split what money?" Yang Nianxue said angrily. "That senior gave you all his savings just now. Why? Do you want to take it all for yourself?" Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Big sis, you don't have to worry about food and drink if you follow Dad and the others, but I." Yang Nianxue suddenly said, "If you don't split the money, I'll speak ill of you in front of my aunts in the future, and say that you're fooling around outside." Yi Xian's expression froze, and he hurriedly asked in his heart, "Xiaota, how will this affect me?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Very much." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lil Tower sighed in a low voice. "You're just letting them loose now, and the few matriarchs are all opposed to Master's actions. For example, Matriarch Ding from before. Didn't she help you before? Why did she help you? Because she is opposed to this kind of behavior. And little Nianxue is mainly going to ruin your reputation. Then in the future, the other matriarchs will definitely strongly support Master to let you be. Not only that, but they will definitely not help you in the future. Most importantly, isn't your mother, who is also Matriarch Dongli, building up power for you all the time? How can she do that? There must be the help of other matriarchs in this." Speaking up to this point, it paused, and then continued. "Do you know why Master gave me to you?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Didn't you take the initiative to follow me?" After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, "Young Master, you're shameless. You even lie to yourself. I really have to give it to you." "Yi Xian," Xiaota said. The reason why Master gave me to you was because of Matriarch Su's request. Matriarch Su is little Master Nianshua's biological mother. Back then, she was afraid that you would have a hard time outside, so she asked Master to give me to you. At this moment, Yi Xian said in a low voice. First of all, I thank Auntie Su for her kindness, but, Xiao Ta, touch your conscience and tell me. After you followed me in the early stages, other than acting cool and bragging, what else can you do? If it wasn't for Qing, or who changed you a little, I would have thought that my father sent you to make my life more difficult. Xiao Ta. P.S. I've already saved a lot of scripts now. I'll wait for a good day to explode. Prepare your tickets. When I explode, I won't be human. Are you afraid? Chapter 2159. Young Nianxue glared at Yi Xian when she saw him remain silent for a long time. Split the money. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts, glanced at young Nianxue, and then sighed softly. After that, he withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to young Nianxue. Young Nianxue instantly beamed when she glanced at it. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Big sister, I traveled so far to save you. Don't you have anything to show me? Young Nianxue gazed at Yi Xian and said seriously, Brother, if you think like that, then you're really narrow-minded. Don't pursue the benefits that are in front of you. You have to set your sights on the long term and the future. Understand? Yi Xian shook his head and felt a slight headache. Right at this moment, both of them suddenly turned around and saw numerous powerful auras sweep over from the horizon. The siblings furrowed their brows. Young Nianxue hurriedly walked over to stand behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, 6 people appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person in the lead was an old man. The old man had white hair, an emaciated face, and a gaze that was sharp like the edge of a blade. Young Nianxue hurriedly said by Yi Xian's side, They're from Mount Burial. Mount Burial. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and didn't say anything. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Tell me who your backer is. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, What do you mean? The old man's face remained emotionless. Your backer decides our attitude towards you. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, 3 strikes of the sword. The old man frowned slightly. I've never heard of it. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. He attacked right away. Yi Xian's face darkened. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly vanished mysteriously. In the next moment, the space and time here suddenly distorted, and then countless needle-like beams of white light shot towards Yi Xian, like a storm amidst the distorted space and time. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! Boom 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 boom. Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in space. In the next moment, Yi Xian retreated explosively. Before he could stop, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. At the moment he raised his head, a giant hand came crashing down like a mountain. It was not an ordinary giant hand. The giant hand contained powerful space-time energy and undying energy. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! After being struck by the green profound sword, the giant hand trembled violently before cracking apart. Right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Boom! An expanse of sword light suddenly shattered. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure was blasted flying at an extremely swift speed. In the blink of an eye, he'd moved over 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, the space he resided in had suddenly transformed into an enormous black vortex. The terrifying black vortex was suffused with a terrifying suction force, and countless strands of suction force were madly tearing at his body. At the same time, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. Die, old man! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. Bang! At the instant that he punched forward, an expanse of golden light suddenly swept out from his fist. The golden light contained countless strange and tiny symbols, and every single one of them represented a law, and each law represented a Tao. Yi Xian's expression instantly turned unsightly when the old man punched forward. Damn it! This old man is at the eternal immortal realm. He concealed his cultivation just now. This burial mountain is really amazing. He actually sent an eternal immortal realm expert directly. Wouldn't it be normal for him to send a few weaker ones to let me practice? Yi Xian didn't dare to think too much about it. When facing this punch, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He didn't choose to defend himself, and he took a step forward and stabbed forward with his sword. The attack was very calm as water. However, the expression of the old man who was right next to him changed drastically. His pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant, as if he had encountered something terrifying. In the next moment, the fear in his eyes turned into madness. Then let's die together. As soon as he finished speaking, he used all the strength in his body and punched forward. In an instant, golden light that was like the scorching sun caused the entire expanse of space to seethe. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body was blasted away like a kite that had its string cut. Moreover, strands of strange golden light flickered around his body, and with every strand of golden light, Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Finally, after retreating for hundreds of thousands of meters, Yi Xian finally stopped, and when he did, his face was ghastly pale. Yi Xian lowered his head to look at his body. Arya's battle armor was still there, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, there was a huge problem with his physical body. He was heavily injured. The battle armor was powerful, but his physical body wasn't. It had to be said that Yi Xian's expression was slightly solemn. If Arya's battle armor hadn't blocked most of the force, he would have died under this punch. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the old man in the distance. At this moment, the old man's body was gradually becoming illusory. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Slash the future. You can actually return to the past and slash the future. Yi Xian nodded. That's right. After a long silence, the old man said, Why haven't you been erased by the law of time? Yi Xian said, Do you know the Time Master? Hearing this, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. You know the Time Master? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. The old man said in a trembling voice. I just asked if you have a backer. Why didn't you say that this is the Time Master? If you had said that, even if the old man had 10,000 guts, the old man wouldn't have dared to attack you. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. The three swords are much more powerful than the Time Master. The old man's expression froze. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Is the Time Master very powerful? A trace of confusion flashed in the old man's eyes. That's a godlike existence. A godlike existence. Yi Xian fell silent. Did he underestimate the Time Master's strength? In truth, he couldn't be blamed. It was the Time Master who was too humble. When he first met the Time Master was kneeling. Of course, he neglected one thing. And that was the Time Master wasn't kneeling to him, Yi Xian. At this time, the old man in the distance disappeared completely. Erased. Watching the old man disappear, Yi Xian fell silent. He realized that he had underestimated the eternal immortal realm expert. With his current strength, although he could kill an eternal immortal realm expert, the old man could kill him too. If he hadn't hurriedly activated the second Yi battle armor, his soul would have been obliterated. Eternal immortal realm. Yi Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like he had to reach the mortal body realm as soon as possible. The current him had the divine star veins. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the mortal body realm. At this time, Yang Nianxue walked up to Yi Xian. She glanced at Yi Xian and asked, Are you all right? Yi Xian chuckled bitterly. What do you think? Yang Nianxue hesitated for a moment, and then she opened her palm. A white pill appeared in her palm, and before Yi Xian could react, she placed the pill into Yi Xian's mouth. As soon as the pill entered his body, Yi Xian's body instantly recovered. In an instant, Yi Xian was stunned. He had the body of defiance, and possessed the terrifying undying bloodline. Therefore, his body's self-recovery speed was extremely terrifying. However, even so, it still required a certain amount of time. Yet this elixir allowed his shattered physical body to recover in an instant. Yi Xian looked at young Nianxue with astonishment. Big sister, that pill was? Young Nianxue spoke indifferently. Father left it for me. Didn't he give it to you? Yi Xian's face froze, and he felt like a knife had been stabbed in his heart. He did. Like hell. An indescribable flame of rage arose in Yi Xian's heart. Not to mention a pill. Father didn't even give him a single strand of hair. Moreover, he'd even taken 3 strands of sword chi from him. He really isn't human. Meanwhile, young Nianxue suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian sighed softly and didn't say anything. Young Nianxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you angry at father?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." Young Nianxue puckered her lips. "Why not?" As she spoke, she withdrew a white jade bottle and passed it to Yi Xian. "This is for you." Yi Xian glanced at it. "What is it?" Young Nianxue said, "Medicinal pills. I have 5 left. I'll give you 3 and keep 2 for myself." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Big sister, I'm not used to you suddenly being so nice to me." Young Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. "Do you want it or not?" Yi Xian promptly put away the white jade bottle. "Of course I want it." Young Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, then said, "Little brother, do you think that Burial Mountain and the God's Land will drop the matter?" Yi Xian calmly said, "Let's go and find them." Young Nianxue looked at Yi Xian. "Go and find them?" Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Of course we're going to find them. I don't like to be passive." Young Nianxue hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can you defeat them? They should have eternal immortal realm powerhouses." Yi Xian smiled. "I can't defeat them." Young Nianxue frowned. "You can't defeat them, but you still want to go?" Yi Xian blinked. "They don't know that I can't defeat them." Young Nianxue was speechless. He brought young Nianxue to Burial Mountain. Not long after, the brother and sister arrived at Burial Mountain. As soon as they arrived at Burial Mountain, more than 10 divine consciousnesses locked onto the brother and sister. Young Nianxue promptly stood behind Yi Xian. At that time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Little master, little mistress Nianshua's strength is so weak, so why are you bringing her?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said in his heart, "Xiaota, let me ask you, what is elder sister's status in the family?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "Compared to you, the difference is like heaven and earth." Yi Xian furiously said in his heart, "I didn't ask you to compare her to me. If you don't know how to speak, then don't say it." Xiaota was speechless. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, "Elder sister's status in the family is so high. So do you think that father will let anything happen to her?" Xiaota said in a low voice, "He won't. If something happens to little mistress Nianxue, master will definitely panic. He is very afraid of matriarch Su." Speaking up to this point, he paused and then said, "With little mistress Nianxue around, she will definitely be fine. In that case, she is equivalent to your protective talisman. F*ck. Little master, you even betrayed your own elder sister. You are really inhuman. But I like it." He. Young Nianxue looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything, and her expression was very cold. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiaota, did you forget to soundproof your words?" Xiaota was speechless. Chapter 2160. It's over. Xiaota's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The next moment, young Nianxue directly took Xiaota away, leaving Yi Xian alone in the field. Very soon, at the end of the distant horizon, Yi Xian heard Xiaota's mournful scream. "Yi Xian, resist?" Xiaota naturally did not dare to resist young Nianxue. He resisted Yi Xian, but did not dare to resist young Nianxue, who did not know that young Nianxue was the princess of the Yang family. Yi Xian shook his head. This Xiaota did not even use his brain when he spoke. Really? What a sin! Not caring about Xiaota and young Nianxue, Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Not far away, there stood an old man. The old man wore a blood-red robe. His hair was white, and there were some strange runes on his face. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You are the mountain master of Burial Mountain?" The old man said hoarsely, "Yes." Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the old man angrily. "How dare you send people to kill me? Who gave you the guts? Don't you know who I am? The old man stared at Yi Xian. Old man is a little curious. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the mysterious heaven token appeared in his hand. Do you know what token this is? The old man's expression was rather ugly. Mysterious heaven token. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you know what relationship I have with the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion? The old man stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly walked towards the old man. Seeing this, the old man frowned. What are you doing? Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't you want to kill us, brother and sister? Come on, beat me to death. The old man's expression was rather ugly. Yi Xian continued, Come and kill me. I promise I won't call anyone. The old man. At this moment, many experts from Burial Mountain appeared in the surroundings. When they saw how arrogant Yi Xian was, their faces were unsightly to the extreme. Too damn arrogant. How inhumane. Someone was about to attack, but he was stopped by Burial Mountain's lord. The profound heaven token. With this token, it meant that Yi Xian had obtained the approval of the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. And the pavilion master. When he thought up to here, Burial Mountain's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He was extremely fearful towards the master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, because he'd been taught a lesson by the master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He was an indescribably terrifying person. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Don't all of you want to kill me? Come on. The elder collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. Young man, don't push your luck. Although you are. At this point, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, everyone watched as the old man's body became illusory. He slashed forward. All the experts from Burial Mountain were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian while terror filled his eyes. Time. How can you return to the past? That's impossible. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Isn't returning to the past very simple? What? You don't know how to do it. The old man was speechless. The old man intended to say something, but a ray of light flashed in the next moment. Hiss! The old man was completely annihilated. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He glanced at the surroundings. Who else? Who else? The eyes of the experts from Mount Burial were filled with fear. Instantly annihilating an eternal realm expert? That was too terrifying. Yi Xian was about to attack, when the experts from Burial Mountain suddenly fled in all directions. They were extremely swift, and they vanished from Yi Xian's field of vision in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't pursue them. He opened his palm, and the spatial ring of Burial Mountain's lord appeared in his hand. He glanced at it, and there were a few hundred star god veins. A few hundred. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away and turned around. Meanwhile, Yang Nianxue walked over with Xiao Ta. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue gazed at Yi Xian. You dealt with Burial Mountain? Yi Xian nodded. Yang Nianxue was quite curious. How did you do it? Yi Xian smiled and said, Previously, we killed an eternal immortal realm expert from Zhongshan. I guessed that there were not many experts of this level in Zhongshan. Therefore, after I confirmed that they only had one eternal immortal realm expert, I casually killed him. So they're gone. Yang Nianxue gazed at Yi Xian. It's that simple? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Do you think it's very difficult? Yang Nianxue gave him a thumbs up. As expected of my little brother. Amazing. Yi Xian. Yang Nianxue glanced around, and then she said, Did you get any treasures? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a spatial ring. This is the spatial ring of the mountain lord from before. There are a few hundred star god veins in it. As usual, half each. As he spoke, he took out half and gave it to Yang Nianxue. Yang Nianxue stared at Yi Xian and smiled. Little brother, why are you suddenly so generous? Yi Xian smiled. We're siblings. Yang Nianxue glanced suspiciously at Yi Xian. I don't believe that you've suddenly become so generous. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Didn't you give me medicinal pills just now? Yang Nianxue hesitated for a moment, and then she said, Actually, I have more than 5 of those medicinal pills. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Then how many do you have? Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian. A few hundred. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. A few hundred. Oh my god. Is this what a second generation is like? Fuck. Yi Xian's expression became unsightly. They're all from the same father, so the difference in treatment is too great. Meanwhile, Yang Nianxue took out a spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. There are 200 pills in here. Keep them and use them. They're extremely precious, and my father specially asked someone to refine them for me. A single one is worth a city, so use them sparingly. Yi Xian sighed softly, and he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Yang Nianxue said softly, "Are you angry?" Yi Xian shook his head. Yang Nianxue smiled and said, "Actually, I once talked to my mother about you. I asked her why my father let you live. Do you know what she said?" Yi Xian was slightly curious, and he asked, "What did she say?" Yang Nianxue smiled and said, "She said that my father has very high hopes for you. He knows very well that if he keeps you by his side, then you'll forever be a second-generation heir, and you'll never be able to surpass him. Letting you live is equivalent to putting you outside of his circle, and you have unlimited possibilities." Yi Xian fell silent. Yang Nianxue smiled faintly and said, "He's never thought of letting me surpass him. To him, it's enough that I'm happy for the rest of my life, and he has the ability to let me live a carefree life for the rest of my life. However, I don't really want this kind of life. I also want to work hard to surpass him, and I want to make him look at me in a different light." Xiao Ta suddenly said, "It seems that Master letting me follow young Master isn't entirely because of Mistress Su. He definitely wants me to surpass him. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon me, it must first torture my will and tire my muscles and bones. It turns out that I've never understood Master's good intentions." Yi Xian. Yang Nianxue shook her head and smiled and said, "Xiao Ta, your temperament has changed too much. You weren't like this in the past." Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice and said, "When I followed Master in the past, who didn't give me Xiao Ta some face? Ever since I followed young Master, my treatment directly fell from heaven to hell. No one gave me, Xiao Ta, any face anymore. I'm suffering." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines, and he said, "Xiao Ta, I let Qing, transform you." Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment then said, "Young Master, next time ask elder sister Heaven's will to transform me even more formidable. Your enemy's transformation speed is too fast, so fast that I can't keep up with his footsteps." Yi Xian. At that time, Yang Nianxue suddenly said, "Brother, what should we do next? Go to the land of gods?" Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go." After saying that, the brother and sister disappeared from their spot. Before long, Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue reached the land of gods. Just as they arrived, Yi Xian frowned. The next instant his pupils shrank, and he suddenly pulled out his sword to slash. Bang! A wave of sword radiance suddenly broke out. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a weird enchantment suddenly appeared around him. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he looked into the distance where an old man was standing. The old man was illusory as soul body. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, "He is indeed somewhat extraordinary. No wonder they summoned me ahead of time. Ancestor summoning." Upon hearing that, Yi Xian's complexion instantly turned unsightly. The land of gods had surprisingly summoned their ancestor ahead of time. "Who exactly are you?" the old man suddenly said. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at that moment, the old man narrowed his eyes. "Future beheading." After saying that, he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! The space and time around the old man began to distort, and the next instant it shattered. The wisp of the old man's soul was forced to retreat several thousand feet away. Yi Xian's complexion became extremely unsightly. The opponent had surprisingly blocked his future beheading. The opponent had also returned to the past. This wasn't an eternal immortal realm expert, but a powerhouse above it. In the distance, the old man fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. "Who exactly are you? How did you enter the river of time?" Yi Xian looked at the old man. "How did you enter the river of time?" Upon hearing that, the old man's expression became somewhat strange. Upon seeing the old man's expression, Yi Xian frowned. Did he say something wrong? Who exactly are you? The old man suddenly said in a deep voice. Yi Xian spread open his palm, and the profound cyan sword appeared in it. I am the person who wants your life. After saying that, the profound cyan sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, the pupils of the old man shrank. Future beheading. Present beheading. Could it be done like that? After sensing Yi Xian's terrifying sword, the old man was greatly shocked. He suddenly took out a talisman, and in the next moment, he suddenly pinched it, and the talisman directly burned. Following that, the space and time he was in was actually enveloped by a mysterious power. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned. He discovered that his future beheading was actually trapped in the river of time. What's going on? The old man glared at Yi Xian angrily. How dare you go against time and go to the past without permission? Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? A heinous capital crime. The time law enforcer will imprison your soul, and imprison you in the infinite world forever. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly attacked from the endless river of time. The time executioner. Yi Xian fell silent. In the distance, the old man suddenly laughed. Haha, it's here. It's really here. You're dead. The time executioner really came. Just wait for your death. Chapter 2161. Yi Xian looked towards the distance. Space had suddenly been torn apart there, and then a strange black-robed figure floated out of it. The black-robed figure was like a ghost. His entire body was enveloped by a black robe, and his appearance couldn't be seen. Moreover, he held a blood-red sickle in his hand. Danger! The first feeling that Yi Xian had when he saw the black-robed figure was that it was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Yi Xian frowned. This time enforcer is that strong? When the time enforcer appeared, the old man immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, venerable one. The time enforcer's gaze descended onto Yi Xian, the one who disrupted time. Yi Xian hadn't even spoken when the old man hurriedly said, Exactly. Supremacy. This person disrupted time, and forcefully returned to the past. Please punish him severely. The time enforcer stared at Yi Xian. Why are you able to disrupted time? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he immediately activated the word that the time master had given him. The time enforcer was stunned when he saw the word appear between Yi Xian's brows. Time. That was the law of the time master. The old man was just about to speak when the time enforcer suddenly bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now. The old man was petrified on the spot when he witnessed this scene. What's going on? Yi Xian glanced at the old man and said, He hit me. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment before he said, Understood. As he spoke, the sickle in his hand suddenly vanished. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack. However, a strange scene appeared at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen where he stood, and everything had stopped. He could only watch helplessly as the sickle sliced through his throat. Hiss! The old man was directly erased, completely disappearing from this world. At practically the exact same moment, the sickle returned to the time enforcer's hand. Yi Xian was quite curious when he saw this, and he immediately asked, What was that? The time enforcer was puzzled. What? Yi Xian smiled and said, Did time stop where the old man was just now? The time executor nodded. Time stop. Yi Xian was curious. How did you do it? The time enforcer wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and said, Is it inconvenient to tell me? The time enforcer shook his head. Young master has misunderstood. It's not that it's inconvenient to tell you, but young master hasn't cultivated the time domain yet. So I don't know how to tell young master. Yi Xian was a little curious. Time domain. The time enforcer nodded. He opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, a mysterious barrier appeared. The time enforcer said, Using time to form a domain. In this domain, time can stop. Those with profound cultivation can even make the flow of time in the domain different from the outside world. For example, 6 hours in the domain is actually equivalent to 2 hours in the outside world. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Isn't this the same as Xiao Ta? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. The flow of time in the time domain is different from the outside world. What's the limit? The time enforcer fell silent for a moment before he said, the most exaggerated thing I've seen is that someone can achieve a difference of 10 times. In other words, 10 days in the time domain is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, 10 times? The time enforcer nodded. Yes. Isn't it terrifying? Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. Isn't this terrifying? The time enforcer was stunned. Isn't it terrifying? Yi Xian said seriously. Brother, come, I'll take you somewhere. As he spoke, he led the time enforcer into Xiao Ta. After entering Xiao Ta, the time enforcer was stunned. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This, fuck. Xiao Ta sighed softly. This is the result of not studying properly. When you encounter something, you can only say fuck to express your shock. Yi Xian. At this moment, the time enforcer suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, This? Young master, how did you do this? Yi Xian smiled. I don't know either. In any case, someone helped me do it. The time enforcer hurriedly asked, Time master? Yi Xian shook his head. The time enforcer's face was full of shock. This? How is this possible? Such a divine ability is simply too heaven-defying. No, that's impossible. Yi Xian smiled without saying anything. The time enforcer was silent. Impossible? Then what was he seeing in front of him? Was it a dream? The time enforcer's mind was in a mess. After a long time, the time enforcer looked at Yi Xian. Young master, how strong is the person who reversed the time here? Yi Xian smiled. Brother, let's not discuss this. I want to ask you how to cultivate this time domain. The time enforcer said solemnly. Young master, with this tower, you don't need to cultivate time domain anymore. This is too heaven-defying. Yi Xian shook his head. I want to have this ability myself. After a moment of silence, the time enforcer said, If an outsider wants to cultivate time domain, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is because to cultivate time domain, one must meet 2 conditions. The first is to have a time cultivation permit. Only those with this permit can enter the river of time to cultivate various Tao of time, including this time domain. Otherwise, once an ordinary person enters to explore time, they will be sent into the seamless world by the time laws. Yi Xian said solemnly, Time cultivation permit. Do you have a monopoly on it? The time enforcer smiled awkwardly. No, young master doesn't know. This Tao of time is extraordinary. If people are allowed to wantonly change and tamper with it, this world will be in chaos. Moreover, the one who made these rules is the Time Master. The Time Master is condensed from the river of time's spiritual wisdom. He represents time, so he can choose who manages time. Without his authorization, an ordinary person who enters the river of time and changes time will be erased by the time laws. Yi Xian was a bit surprised. He had thought that the Time Master was a person, but he had not expected that he was the spiritual wisdom of the river of time, which was equivalent to a world's tendo. However, it was clear that this Time Master was much fiercer than an ordinary tendo. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, Didn't you say that there are 2 conditions to cultivate time domain? What's the other one? The time enforcer said solemnly, The other one is to sneak in. Some experts will use some special methods to enter the river of time and hide it from us, making it so that we can't sense it, and the time laws can't sense it. Of course, this method generally has a time limit. It can only temporarily enter the river of time and reverse time. Even if they cultivate time domain, they don't dare to use it for too long. However, these people are generally extremely strong because they can enter and cultivate time domain. This means that their abilities are very terrifying, especially in terms of their bodies and souls. Yi Xian asked, Have you seen many of these people? The time enforcer said, Many. Yi Xian was silent. A moment later he asked again, What level do I belong to in this endless universe? The time enforcer sized up Yi Xian and said, Young master can cut the future and the past. This ability is very heaven-defying. It's just that your body and soul aren't strong enough. If they both reach eternal immortality, young master's strength will be even more terrifying. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I have the time laws, so it's very easy to cultivate time domain, right? The time enforcer nodded. Don't be too simple. With that, he flicked his finger, and a white light entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Soon, countless pieces of information entered Yi Xian's mind. Cultivate time domain. A moment later, Yi Xian opened his palm, and in an instant, the space-time around him formed an invisible barrier. Time domain. Yi Xian was stunned. It's that simple? The time enforcer said solemnly. Young master, you have the time laws that the time master gave you. If you want to form a time domain, it won't be too easy because the river of time will take the initiative to cooperate with you. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, may I ask what is your relationship with the time master? Yi Xian blinked and said, Very good. Very good. Very good. The time enforcer, Yi Xian smiled. If you go back and see him, you can ask him yourself. The time enforcer shook his head and smiled bitterly. We won't have the chance to meet the time master. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The time enforcer's smile became even more bitter. The time master controls the Tao of time, and he isn't someone a small enforcer like us can meet. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. His level wasn't high enough. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the time master's strength and identity. He should be a super big shot. Of course, there was a reason why he had underestimated the time master. This big shot knelt as soon as they met. At this moment, the time enforcer suddenly raised his head. In the next moment he frowned. Yi Xian asked, What's wrong? The time enforcer said in a low voice, Young master, I have a mission. I have to go. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. If you have time in the future, you can come to the time court as a guest. After saying that, he was about to leave. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. The time enforcer looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Brother, I've been short on money recently. I wonder if it's convenient for you to lend me some star god meridians. Hearing this, the time enforcer's expression froze. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Reimbursement, reimbursement. The time enforcer blinked. Reimbursement? Who? Yi Xian said seriously. Of course it's the time master, my good brother. The time enforcer. Yi Xian continued. Lend me 1,000 star god meridians, and then go to him for reimbursement of 1,500. Do you understand what I mean? The time enforcer. Chapter 2162. Reimbursement. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment before saying, What if he doesn't reimburse me? Yi Xian smiled. Go to him for reimbursement. He will definitely reimburse you. If he doesn't come to me, I will compensate you double. The time enforcer was still hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. Why not give it a try? After a moment of silence, the time enforcer said, I'll lend you 2,000 star god veins. I'll reimburse you. 3,000, is that okay? Yi Xian's expression froze. This guy was a ruthless person. The time enforcer took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Young master, this is my savings over the years. You, keep it well. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the storage ring and said, Brother, you actually have so many star god veins. Your time court's treatment is quite good. The time enforcer shook his head and smiled. To be honest, the treatment of the time court is not bad. However, we still earn some extra money. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. The time enforcer was still hesitant. Can it really be reimbursed? Yi Xian said with a smile. Of course. The time enforcer cupped his fists. Thank you for the opportunity, young master. Yi Xian smiled. My name is Yi Xian. The time enforcer smiled. My name is Zhang Han. Brother Yi, we will meet again. With that he left Xiaota. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said. Young master, can he really be reimbursed? Yi Xian nodded. Definitely, Xiao Ta said solemnly. If he can be reimbursed, then why don't you find the time enforcer yourself? You even let him earn 1,000. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're too narrow-minded, Xiao Ta, Yi Xian explained. What I value is not only the star god veins, but also the connections. These time enforcers are so powerful. If I were to befriend them, the benefits I would obtain in the future would not be limited to this. Many times, connections are more important than money. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, You're the young master. Whatever you say goes. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Nianxue, who'd been silent until now, suddenly grinned and said, Little brother. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a headache. This sister. Was it time for him to part ways with her? Yang Nianxue looked at Yi Xian and smiled, not saying a word. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, and then took out half of the 3,000 star god veins and gave it to her. Yang Nianxue grinned as she put the star god vein away, and then she said, Brother, you're really something. I won't take your star god vein for nothing. I'll take you to a place where there are many opportunities to get rich. Yi Xian frowned. Where? The corners of Yang Nianxue's mouth lifted. Middle world. Yi Xian shook his head. I've never heard of it. Yang Nianxue smiled. Of course you haven't. That place is very far from here. My father took me there all those years ago. It's a very prosperous place and, as she spoke, she smiled mysteriously. There's a mysterious race there called the Heavenly Spirit race. All the members of the Heavenly Spirit race are women, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers. Yi Xian said with a straight face, I, your brother, am a decent man, a decent person. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian. As if I'd believe you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue continued. Do you want to go play? Yi Xian was just about to speak when his pupils constricted abruptly. In the next moment, he and Yang Nianxue directly left the tiny pagoda, and he saw a woman outside. The woman wore a simple cotton dress and carried a small bamboo basket on her back. Within the bamboo basket was a fishing rod. The woman had short hair, and her eyes were calm like water. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw the bamboo basket on the woman's back. She was the mysterious big shot who'd killed the old man from the ruins. Because the old man had told him to be careful of the bamboo basket on his back before he'd vanished. The old man had actually found his way here. This is going a little too far. There's no enmity between us, yet she's still relentlessly pursuing us. The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yang Nianxue hid behind Yi Xian again. The woman's gaze suddenly descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and she frowned slightly. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, You are? The woman suddenly opened her right hand. In the next moment, the inheritance scroll that the old man had given her appeared in her hand. She squeezed it lightly, and the inheritance scroll instantly transformed into ashes. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. You've gone too far. The woman gazed at Yi Xian. You're not convinced? Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily. I'm not convinced. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A slash to the present, and a slash to the past. It was a lethal move as soon as he attacked, because this person was truly too strong. However, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted as soon as he attacked, and then he wasn't even able to react before his figure was blasted flying into the seamless world. After his figure stopped, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it! The future! He'd been beaten by this woman in the past. She could enter the future as well. In the distance, the woman in the bamboo basket glanced at Yi Xian, and her expression was calm as water. Yi Xian utilized the temporal laws to leave the seamless world. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the woman, and he attacked once more. However, he'd only just attacked when a strange palm print suddenly appeared on his chest. In the next moment, bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying again, and this time, he flew out of his field of vision. When he stopped, he was in the seamless world again. Fortunately, The temporal laws here didn't target him, otherwise, he would have been obliterated by now. Fortunately, he had Arya's armor on him. Otherwise, his body would have probably been gone by now. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Continue. Continue." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then his figure instantly became illusory. At practically the exact same moment, the woman's figure became illusory as well. In the blink of an eye, both of them had arrived in the river of time, and the space they resided in right now was the space of the past. Yi Xian's expression became rather unsightly when he saw the woman return to the past as well. He didn't think too much about it and suddenly attacked. At the instant that the green profound sword slashed out, the entire river of time started seething. He'd attacked in the past. Moreover, he'd even executed future slash. It wasn't the present and the past, it was the past and the future. This attack was strange to the point even Yi Xian was unable to explain it. In any case, he possessed the temporal laws, so time creation was done. At this moment, the bamboo woman standing not far away frowned slightly. Obviously, Yi Xian's two messy sword moves made her a little confused. She didn't think too much about it, and then her figure suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw the woman split into two. One was in the past, and the other was in the past. What the fuck? Yi Xian was stunned. It can be done like this. In the next moment, both of Yi Xian's rays of light shattered abruptly, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying once more. This time, the river of time he resided in was directly shattered and obliterated, and then Yi Xian returned to reality. At this moment, a wisp of blood was slowly flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to attack when he noticed to his astonishment that the space he resided in seemed to have frozen. Time had stopped moving. The woman had utilized the time domain. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly released his left hand, and the green profound sword suddenly slashed forward. Hiss! The space-time barrier in front of him was directly torn apart by the green profound sword. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly smashed into the space between his brows. Rumble! Yi Xian felt the world spin around him, and then his mind went blank. After that, he was blasted flying. When Yi Xian stopped, he was completely dumbfounded. "I've been bashed." Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young master, it's enough." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "What do you mean?" Xiao Tao spoke solemnly. "In the past, you were only bashed after 3 days of being cool. Now you've been cool for many days. Be content." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the woman was about to attack again when Yang Ninxue suddenly said, "Sir, there's no enmity between us. Aren't you going too far by doing this?" The woman glanced at Yang Ninxue. "Are you going to fight on his behalf?" Yang Ninxue hurriedly retreated to the side. "Pretend I didn't say anything." Yi Xian was speechless. The woman withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Her expression was still as calm as water. "Don't you think it's shameful to control the Tao of time by cheating?" "Cheating?" Yi Xian looked at the woman and smiled. "I'm not cheating. I'm openly controlling the Tao of time." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. "Calm down. Focus." The green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled slightly. In the distance, the woman stopped and looked at Yi Xian as she slowly clenched her right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he took Yang Ninxue with him and vanished on the spot. He didn't run. He used the green profound sword to teleport back to the mystic world. He teleported across countless stellar regions. Yi Xian and Yang Ninxue vanished. The woman was slightly stunned. Escaped? Not fighting anymore? Was this a swordsman? After a long time, the woman shook her head slightly. What the hell? With that, she turned and vanished on the spot. After returning to the mystic world, Yi Xian looked at the distant space-time. Seeing that the woman didn't chase after him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That woman's strength was too terrifying. She could actually return to the past. Moreover, didn't the time enforcer say that some powerhouses without the time usage certificate could only enter the river of time for a short period? Why could that woman stay in the river of time for so long? Moreover, the laws of time did not target her. This was not normal. At this moment, Yang Nianxue suddenly said in a deep voice, "It's really dangerous outside. When I was with father, I felt that father could hit anyone with a sword." As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, "Brother, there's still a gap between our strength and father's." Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Yang Nianxue said in a deep voice, "What do we do now?" Yi Xian said, "Cultivate. Cultivate to the eternal immortal realm." With that, he entered Xiao Ta's body and took out all the star god veins he had obtained. Eternal immortality. He had to improve his body, soul, and will. At the side, Yang Nianxue looked at Yi Xian, who was cultivating. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother, I have a treasure here that can quickly improve your strength. There are no side effects, and it only costs 3,000 star god veins. Do you want it?" Yi Xian. Chapter 2163. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed when he heard Yang Nianxue. "Damn it. This is my older sister. My older sister whose blood is thicker than water." Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian when she saw his expression. "I gave you a discount." Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "I have the divine star bloodline, so I can attain the immortal body realm." Yang Nianxue hurriedly said, "If you want to cultivate your body, then this is even more useful to you." She withdrew a white jade bottle as she spoke. "Do you know what this is?" Yi Xian glanced at the white jade bottle. "Nothing can possibly be worth a few thousand divine star bloodlines." Yang Nianxue suddenly said, "Aria's blood. Aria's blood." Yi Xian was stunned. Yang Nianxue smiled. "This is her blood from when she was at her peak. Just a single drop will guarantee that you'll attain the immortal body realm. Moreover, it won't be an ordinary body. If you can attain the immortal body realm with Aria's blood, then your body will definitely be the strongest in this realm." Aria's blood. Needless to say, Yi Xian was slightly tempted. Just as Yang Nianxue said, if he could devour Aria's blood, then his body would definitely attain an extremely terrifying level. Yang Nianxue blinked. "Are you going to buy it or not?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Big sister, can I give you a discount?" Yang Nianxue shook her head. "No." Yi Xian glared at Yang Nianxue. "You're my biological sister." Yang Nianxue chuckled. "Even my biological father is useless." Yi Xian was speechless, and then he glanced at the white jade bottle in Yang Nianxue's hand and asked, "How many drops?" Yang Nianxue blinked. "Only a single drop." Yi Xian didn't waste his breath, and he flicked his finger, causing a spatial ring to fall in front of Yang Nianxue. Yang Nianxue glanced at the spatial ring, and then her eyes narrowed as she smiled, and then she passed the white jade bottle to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the white jade bottle and opened it. There was indeed only one drop. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian gave Yang Nianxue a thumbs up. "Sister, you're a ruthless person." Yang Nianxue giggled. "Brother, let me tell you, if I sell Aria's blood, I can sell it for 10,000 star divine veins. Do you believe me?" Yi Xian pursed his lips and ignored Yang Nianxue. He directly swallowed the drop of blood, and as soon as he swallowed it, his entire body ignited. F***CK. Yi Xian jumped up. "It's that scary." At this moment, he felt his physical body disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. "Are you crazy? How dare you swallow it like that?" Yi Xian was shocked. "I have swallowed Aria's blood before, but it was not so horrible." Yang Nianxue said, "That was in the past. Aria will also become stronger. Do you think you're the only one improving in the entire universe?" Yi Xian. At this moment, Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian angrily. "Prodigal. You're really a prodigal." As she spoke, she took out another snow lotus and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. As soon as the snow lotus entered his mouth, the flames all over Yi Xian's body dimmed a lot. At this moment, Yang Nianxue took out another elixir and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. "Big prodigal. Yi Xian." As the elixir entered his body, Yi Xian's originally burned body began to recover rapidly. Then, Yi Xian's body began to absorb the energy of Arya's drop of blood. It had to be said that Arya's blood was extraordinarily terrifying. Although there was the snow lotus to suppress it, Yi Xian still felt as if his body was on fire, and it was somewhat unbearable. At this moment, Yang Nianxue suddenly took out a dark purple talisman and stuck it directly on Yi Xian's head. You prodigal! As soon as the talisman was stuck on Yi Xian's body, rays of golden light suddenly poured out of the talisman and finally flowed into Yi Xian's body. Boom! Yi Xian's body directly boiled. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Sis, what's going on? Why do I feel like my body is going to explode?" Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. "I'll blow you up, Yi Xian." At this moment, Yang Nianxue opened her palm, and a tree branch suddenly appeared in her hand. Looking at the tree branch in her hand, a trace of reluctance flashed in Yang Nianxue's eyes, but she still placed it on Yi Xian's head. In an instant, a large amount of dark green liquid gushed out of the tree branch and flowed into Yi Xian's body. Boom! When the liquid entered Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian felt like his whole body was going to completely explode at this moment. Yang Nianxue retreated to the side, but she was still cursing. What a huge loss! What a huge loss! Those things that she had used on Yi Xian earlier were all supreme-grade godly items. Any one of them could be sold for a fortune. And now they were all used by this guy. The more Yang Nianxue thought about it, the angrier she got. Just like that, Yi Xian began to absorb bit by bit, and gradually his body began to undergo a qualitative change. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were actually a mass of blood, but they quickly returned to normal. Yi Xian stood up and looked at his body. At this moment, there was actually a layer of luster on the surface of his skin. Yi Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. "Sis, has my body reached the immortal body stage?" Yang Nianxue shook her head. "No." Yi Xian was stunned. Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. "Your body is much stronger than an immortal body stage bull. Do you know how many godly items I used on you just now? Do you know what talismans those were? Those were body sculpting talismans. My father racked his brains to find them for me all those years ago. However, I don't like to cultivate my body, so I've never used them. As for those medicinal pills, those are divine physique pills. They were refined by an alchemist for hundreds of years, and the treasures contained within them are utterly unimaginable. As for those snow lotuses, they're divine treasures that hold down the world of the ice god dimension, and they contain boundless ice divinity energy. Try using your strength right now." Yi Xian suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. In an instant, the space around him was directly frozen, and even time itself was frozen. At this moment, time had stopped, and it was comparable to a time domain. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. "Is it really that amazing?" Yang Nianxue continued. "Do you know what branch I gave you was?" Yi Xian shook his head. Yang Nianxue spoke solemnly. "The divine tree of life, the real divine tree of life. Moreover, it was nurtured by Whitey. That branch can bring people back to life. Your body itself has healing abilities, and the divine tree of life has strengthened your healing abilities. It's difficult for you to die now." Yi Xian glanced at his body, and sure enough, he noticed that his body contained many tiny green dots. The divine tree of life. Yi Xian looked at Yang Nianxue and smiled sheepishly. "Big sister, you have so many godly items, yet you still came out to look for divine star veins." Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. "What can't I?" Yi Xian hurriedly said. "Yes, of course you can. Big sister, what other godly items do you have? Can you take them out and let me broaden my horizons?" Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. "Don't even think about it." "Yi Xian," Yang Nianxue said, "let's go to the middle world." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Big sister, you keep emphasizing going to the middle world. Is there a purpose?" Yang Nianxue said solemnly. "Brother, your goal is to surpass Dad, right?" Yi Xian subconsciously said. "My goal is to kill him." After saying that, he immediately regretted it. F***ck, I was too careless. Yang Nianxue gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome." Yi Xian blinked. "You won't tell on me, right?" Yang Nianxue chuckled. "What do you think?" "Yi Xian," Yang Nianxue said seriously. Let me tell you, if your goal is to surpass Dad, then you have to hurry up. Do you know about the middle world? Yi Xian shook his head. Yang Nianxue looked at Yi Xian. It's a place where geniuses are as common as dogs. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is the martial Dao civilization very advanced? Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. Dad took me there in the past. Do you know why Dad went there? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, he wouldn't have gone there to show off, right? Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. Do you think it's always you? Dad went there because there are experts there. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. An expert who could be valued by his father was definitely not an ordinary expert. Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice. That place is truly terrifying. The martial Dao civilization there is so prosperous that it far surpasses your imagination. Besides that big sister Nian of yours is there as well. And so are those women of yours. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Big sister Nian and Lanxiu, and the others are there? Yang Nianxue nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the middle world. Yang Nianxue gazed at Yi Xian. Do you know who that woman was? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Do you know? Yang Nianxue nodded. She's probably from the middle world. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. Why do you say that? Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. She's probably that mysterious goddess Zhu Lu from the middle world. In the middle world, she's equally famous as the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and they're said to be the two women that are the best at fighting in the middle world. Of course, after your big sister Nian went there was another. She paused for a moment and continued. That big sister Nian of yours is very good at fighting as well. 3 women. Yi Xian had a slightly strange expression on his face. Are all those that are good at fighting women? Yang Nianxue shook her head. They're only said to be the best at fighting. There are top-rate experts there, true top-rate experts. Yi Xian frowned slightly. They're that formidable? Yang Nianxue nodded. Yes. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Big sister, have you been there before? Yang Nianxue nodded, but she seemed to think of something and shook her head. No. Yi Xian glanced at Yang Nianxue. Big sister, do you have any enemies there? Yang Nianxue's face darkened. How could that be? Yi Xian fell silent. Fuck. His intuition told him that this big sister must have a plot for him to go to the middle world. Yang Nianxue continued. Aren't you going to cultivate your divine soul? In the middle world, there's a divine item called the divine soul wood. This item is the best at nourishing the soul. If you can obtain it, you can easily reach the divine soul immortal realm. Yi Xian frowned. Really? Yang Nianxue nodded. Really? Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the middle world. Yang Nianxue immediately beamed. Little brother, let's go. After saying that, the brother and sister set off for the middle world. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, with your intelligence, you should know that little Nianxue is trying to trick you. Why do you still want to go? Yi Xian said in his heart, Big sister must have many more divine items on her, understand? After a long silence, Xiao Ta said, You brother and sister are really abnormal. One is trying to trick the younger brother. The other is trying to trick the older sister. Old Yang's family is really unfortunate. Yi Xian. Chapter 2164. The Medium World. Yi Xian was quite curious about the medium world. After all, Nianwei and Lanxiu and the others were there as well. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Big sis, you have so many divine artifacts, so why don't you use them to improve yourself? Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. Dad said that I'm using too many divine artifacts, and it's not good. He wants me to settle down for a while. Yi Xian was speechless. She's using too many divine artifacts. Could it be that this elder sister's realm was piled up with divine objects? It's very likely. He noticed that his sister's combat strength wasn't very good. Yang Nianxue suddenly said, Brother, how are you able to enter the river of time and reverse time? Yi Xian said with a smile, I cultivated it. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian. Teach me. Yi Xian was slightly hesitant. Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. Can't I? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. And then he said, Big sis, this is actually quite special. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in it. The main reason is this sword. Qing'er forged it for me. Yang Nianxue glanced at the green profound sword, and then she fell silent for a moment before she said, Can you ask your sister to forge a sword for me next time? Yi Xian was in a slightly difficult position. Yang Nianxue said, There are benefits. Yi Xian spoke seriously. You're treating me like an outsider between siblings. You're treating me like an outsider. Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Treat my ass. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Would you do something that doesn't benefit you? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Big sis, if you want a sword, then ask Dad to forge one for you. Yang Nianxue puckered her lips. I don't want to ask him. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Yang Nianxue fell silent for a moment, and then she said, I don't want to be a second-generation heir. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian helplessly. Ever since I was born, I had everything. As long as I wanted it, Dad would give it to me. No matter what it was, Dad would always satisfy me. This made me feel like I had nothing to pursue in life. Hey, can you understand this pain? Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Yang Nianxue continued. I came out to experience the hardships of life. Brother, have you experienced the hardships of life? Yi Xian felt suffocated. Damn it. He had met a fellow who was even more pretentious than him. And he couldn't refute it. My sister is really inhumane. Yang Nianxue still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Sis, don't waste time. Let's speed up. With that, he took Yang Nianxue and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yang Nianxue. 3 days later, Middle World. When Yi Xian arrived in Middle World, he was shocked by the purity of the spirit qi here. The purity of the spirit qi here far exceeded his expectations. The spirit qi here was at least 10 times purer than in places like the mystic world. Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue, and Yang Nianxue said solemnly, There are 36 super spirit veins in this middle world, and these 36 super spirit veins reside in middle world. Because of their existence, the entire middle world spirit qi is simply too terrifying. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Super spirit veins? Yang Nianxue nodded. Any one of these spirit veins is enough to feed a universe like burial god territory. And there are 36 of them here. Yi Xian said solemnly. Do these 36 spirit veins belong to any force? Yang Nianxue shook her head. No. These 36 spirit veins don't belong to any force. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. No force has designs on them? Yang Nianxue said. Who would dare? These 36 spirit veins aren't weak, and they are like gods in middle world. Any force that dares to have designs on them is equivalent to making an enemy out of all the powerhouses in middle world. And they will be ganged up on. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Their status is extraordinary. Yang Nianxue nodded. Their status is extraordinary. Of course, this is also because they never get involved in any grudges. No matter how the major forces in middle world fight, they don't get involved, so all the major forces in middle world respect them very much. Speaking up to this point, she paused and said, But back then something big almost happened here. Yi Xian was a little curious. What big thing? Yang Nianxue said with a smile. Didn't we come here back then? Xiaobai almost tricked the 36 super spiritual veins away. Yi Xian, Yang Nianxue said. In the end, it was Dad who stopped Xiaobai. If those 36 super spirit veins really left with Xiaobai, then this universe would be finished. Without the support of spirit qi, this universe would wither away at the fastest speed possible. Yi Xian said with a smile. Xiaobai's charm is really great. Yang Nianxue nodded. Her charm towards spirit-type beings can be described as terrifying. Yi Xian was just about to speak, when over 10 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue with a group of powerhouses. The woman wore a long black dress and held a long whip made of unknown scales in her hand. When she saw Yang Nianxue, she laughed coldly. Yang Nianxue, you stray dog still dares to come back. Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly felt a headache coming on. Damn it. Sure enough, this older sister had stirred up trouble in this place. Yang Nianxue glanced coldly at the woman. He Lianxiao, fight me one-on-one if you can. He Lianxiao said mockingly. Why should I fight you one-on-one? Call for help if you can. You. When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said with ridicule. This is the person you called. Yang Nianxue spoke indifferently. My younger brother has a bad temper. It's best if you don't offend him. Younger brother? He Lianxiao sized up Yi Xian and said with ridicule. Even the older sister is so weak. I wonder what kind of trash the younger brother is. As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Xian's leg. Break his leg first. As soon as she finished speaking, an expert by her side charged at Yi Xian. However, he'd just charged when his head flew into the air. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed through the air, and it was extremely bloody. He Lianxiao and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Instantly, Yi Xian gazed at He Lianxiao and was about to speak when the latter suddenly said, Retreat! As soon as he finished speaking, He Lianxiao led the others behind him and vanished into the horizon. They fled. Yi Xian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. They fled so decisively. Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue. Elder sister, do you have a conflict with her? Yang Nianxue nodded. She's from the Hellion family. Previously at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's auction, she didn't have as much money as I did, and I won the item. Hence, she started to target me. Of course I wasn't convinced, so I beat her up when no one was around. However, this woman doesn't have any morals. Since she couldn't beat me, she went to call for help. She even called a lot of people. Sigh. Yi Xian blinked and asked, Elder sister, how much money do you have? Yang Nianxue was a little wary. Why are you asking this? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. Just asking. His intuition told him that his elder sister was definitely rich. Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian. Don't even think about my money. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, that He Lianxiao came again. This time, she brought 2 black-robed elders with her. Both of them were actually at the eternal realm. He Lianxiao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, one of the black-robed old men behind her suddenly clawed at Yi Xian from afar, and then a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian flicked his thumb lightly. Hiss! A ray of light flashed. In an instant, that force was instantly torn apart by Yi Xian's attack, and then his sword continued forward and slashed towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. A ray of light swept out like an erupting volcano, and it instantly caused the space in the surroundings to seethe. He was going head-on against Yi Xian's sword. The old man's fist had just come into contact with Yi Xian's sword when the ray of light was instantly obliterated. A moment later, the old man was blasted over 10 kilometers back, and he just stopped moving when his right arm exploded into pieces. And then his body exploded into pieces as well. Yi Xian himself was struck dumb at the sight of this. His attack hadn't slashed towards the past or the future. It was just an ordinary attack. How could an ordinary attack of mine be so strong? My physical body. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to notice the crux of the problem. His current physical body was completely different from his previous physical body. In the distance, the old man whose body had been shattered looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. You! His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the green profound sword suddenly pierced through the center of his forehead. And then his soul was absorbed. At the side, He Lianxiao was stunned. He'd been instantly killed. Even an eternal realm expert was instantly killed? He Lianxiao hurriedly said, Young master, it was a misunderstanding. Before she could finish speaking, a sword pierced through the center of her forehead. Yi Xian looked at He Lianxiao. I let you off the first time, so you shouldn't come again. Do you think I'll let you off this time? The old man beside He Lianxiao hurriedly said, Young master, please show mercy. My Hellion family will be eternally grateful. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Are you threatening me with the Hellion family? The old man hurriedly said, No. I wouldn't dare. At this moment, He Lianxiao suddenly said, I'll use money to buy my life. Yi Xian looked at He Lianxiao. You'll use money to buy your life? He Lianxiao's voice trembled. 3,000 star divine veins, is that enough? Yi Xian frowned. Your life is only worth 3,000? Yang Nianshua's expression was calm, and she didn't speak. He Lianxiao's voice trembled. 10,000. I'll pay 10,000. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't agree even if you offer 1,000,000. Do you know why? He Lianxiao was a little confused. Why? Why? Yi Xian said seriously. My sister is the most important in my heart, more important than my father. Whoever wants to harm my sister, I'll wipe out his entire family. Long live my sister. As he finished speaking, the Qingxian sword absorbed He Lianxiao's soul completely. Yang Nianshua's lips curled up slightly. P.S. I'm about to enter the climax of the plot. If I update 2 chapters at a time, it won't feel good, but if I update more. Yesterday a reader added me on QQ, and I was so angry. He said, no matter how many chapters you update, I'll be free, and you won't earn a single cent. The gods don't care about pirated or legal versions, because they can sell the copyright for a lot of money. But small authors like us can't help but mind, because we rely on this to survive. Readers of Zongheng should know that subscribing to a chapter is only 9 cents. Out of the 9 cents, I only get 3 cents. On average, it's less than 20 cents a day. Sigh. Work hard. Everyone work hard. Chapter 2165. 10,000 Star Divine Veins? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He'd already let Helian Xiao off once. Yet Helian Xiao had brought even stronger people with him. So if he were to let Helian Xiao off again, then allow Helian Xiao to bring even stronger people with him? Even though he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The old man's face instantly turned pale when he saw Yi Xian kill Helian Xiao. But it instantly turned into rage. You actually dared to kill members of my Helian family. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when his body suddenly became illusory. He slashed forward. The old man gazed at Yi Xian with astonishment. Go against time. You're actually able to go against time. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath. He flicked his sleeve, and the old man vanished on the spot. Yang Nianxua glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, Little brother, aren't you afraid of the Helian family taking revenge? Yi Xian smiled. I wouldn't hesitate to become enemies with the entire universe for my big sister. Yang Nianxua rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Don't flatter me. I don't have anything good to give you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Nianxua glanced at the sky, and then she said, The Helian family might not let this matter rest. Moreover, this woman seems to have a fiancé from the Li family. Yi Xian grinned. Let's go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yang Nianxua blinked. Why are we going to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Yi Xian smiled. To buy a life insurance policy. Yang Nianxua was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian and Yang Nianxua arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. When they arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they had to admit that it was truly imposing. The entire Celestial Treasure Pavilion had 9 floors, and each floor was at least tens of thousands of feet wide. Yi Xian spoke softly. Big sister, tell me the truth. Are you as wealthy as the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Yang Nianxua shook her head. No. Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxua. Yang Nianxua rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. He's a businessman, and he's already in the myriad worlds. I'm just one person. Besides, my father has never cared much about money. Yi Xian nodded. That's true. Yang Nianxua suddenly said. However, Little White should be richer than the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xiaobai. Yi Xian blinked. Why? Yang Nianxua said calmly. Although Dad doesn't like to collect treasures, she does. There was a period of time when she and Arya looted at least hundreds of thousands of mysterious ruins. She was in charge of finding treasures and collecting them, while Arya was in charge of fighting. She would beat up anyone who didn't agree. Do you know why Dad sent them to the Milky Way? Yi Xian asked. Why? Yang Nianxua sighed softly. If he didn't send them to the Milky Way, they would have looted the entire universe. Just like before, if Dad didn't stop them, they would have already taken away the 36 super spirit veins in this world. At this point, she shook her head slightly. The two of them have already caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with resentment and resentment. Most importantly, the two of them are very reasonable, and they think they're not wrong. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Does it make sense? Yang Nianxue looked at Yi Xian. For example, when Little White wanted to take away the 36 spirit veins, do you know the situation at that time? Those 36 spirit veins wanted to go with Little White. In Little White's words, all living things have spirits, and all spiritual things are under her control. Spiritual things have freedom, and they can follow if they want to. Things. Speaking up to here, she glanced at Yi Xian's green profound sword. Do you believe that she can fool your sword away? Yi Xian hurriedly said, impossible. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, don't overestimate Little Soul. Little White can really fool it away. If I have a choice, I'm willing to follow Little White. Yi Xian was furious. Xiao Ta, do you still have a conscience? Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. Young lord, following Little White, you can really get whatever you want. Even if I don't do anything, she can still improve me. If Little Soul follows Little White, do you believe that it won't take long for it to become the first sword under the 3 swords? The real first sword. If I keep following her, would I be like this now? I might also be the first pagoda under the 3 swords. I realized that after I followed you, my strength didn't grow much, but my skin became thicker. Yi Xian, Yang Nianxue said again. Area's famous saying is, why can't humans eat? Why can humans eat demon beasts but she can't eat humans? Yi Xian, Yang Nianxue shook her head. Dad has a headache with both of them. One can fool, and the other can fight. Speaking up to here, she glanced at Yi Xian. Fortunately, I didn't let them be with you. Otherwise, with the 3 of you together, I think, the universe is finished. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Sister, what do you mean by this? Yang Nianxue said indifferently. Although they are a bit of a hooligan, they still care about their face. If they follow you, it won't be long before they become shameless. Once they become shameless, it's too scary. Yi Xian, Yang Nianxue said again. I don't know how rich Celestial Treasure Pavilion is, but Little White is definitely very rich. Unfortunately, Dad sent her away. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to come out and think of ways to raise money. Yi Xian looked at Celestial Treasure Pavilion in front of him and chuckled. Actually, I'm very curious about the Pavilion Master of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Little White is rich and fine because she has Area and Dad to protect her. But this Celestial Treasure Pavilion is so rich and fine. That's a bit scary. Yang Nianxue nodded. Dad mentioned this Pavilion Master. Yi Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. What did he say? Yang Nianxue smiled. He's not simple. Not simple. Yi Xian was silent. That's what Dad said about Sister Nianxue. At this moment, an old man suddenly walked out of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The old man walked quickly to Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Are you young Master Yi? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How do you know? The old man smiled. I'm Yu Xian, the president of Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch in the Middle World. Young Master Yi, please come in. Yi Xian glanced at Yu Xian, and then he walked into the hall. Yu Xian directly led Yi Xian to the 8th floor. Within the 8th floor, Yu Xian smiled. Young Master Yi, no one has ever entered this floor. This is the first time. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Yu Xian said. This is the VIP floor, and it only receives distinguished guests who possess the Black Heaven token. Yi Xian glanced at the 9th floor, and then he said, what kind of distinguished guests are on the 9th floor? Yu Xian shook his head. The 9th floor isn't the VIP floor. It's the Pavilion Master's floor, and it's reserved for the Pavilion Master. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Is your Pavilion Master in the Middle World now? Yu Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I don't know. She doesn't know. Yu Xian nodded. Truthfully speaking, I haven't seen her in a very long time. She came to me and said that she wanted to open a branch here, and she asked me to be the president. After that she left. Yi Xian was astounded. That's it. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. At that time, I was very confused. Can it be like that? I thought she was joking, but I realized later that she wasn't joking. Now my Celestial Treasure Pavilion is the largest merchant group in the middle world. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Has nothing happened to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? If something happens, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. No one comes looking for trouble with us. Even if there is, my Celestial Treasure Pavilion isn't afraid. We have a group of experts of our own. When she came to look for me, she actually found another person as well. That person is very strong. I'm the civil one here, and I'm in charge of all matters in the branch. The other person is the martial one, and he's in charge of dealing with some troubles. Yi Xian spoke in a light voice. One civil one, one martial one. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, Young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I've sent the Black Heaven token over the years, but the Black Heaven token didn't acknowledge the other party. You're the first Black Heaven token VIP I've met. Yi Xian smiled. What privileges do I have? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. All the privileges. Yi Xian blinked. All the privileges? Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Yes. You can mobilize the experts of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and you can even mobilize the resources within my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, If I need money urgently, I can take some from you first, right? Yi Xian nodded. Absolutely. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue glanced at each other, and they were both slightly shocked. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Yang Nianxue suddenly shook her head. No. Yi Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. Why? Yang Nianxue sighed softly. Silly brother. Do you think it's so easy to get benefits? Although I've never met the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he's a businessman. Why did he give you the Black Heaven token? Do you think it's so simple? Everything has its cause and effect. The more benefits you get from Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the more you'll have to pay in the future. Yi Xian was silent. Actually, he had these concerns, but on second thought, what's there to be afraid of? If I can't pay, I'll just pay with my body. Yi Xian was just about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared at the door. The old man bowed slightly. President, the Hellion family is here. Hellion family? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Tell them that young Master Yi is my Celestial Treasure Pavilion's VIP. A super VIP. The old man bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, don't worry. In my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, no one dares to touch. At this moment, Yi Xian and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, the space-time he was in became illusory. Then, Yi Xian was forcibly brought into an illusory world. Yi Xian looked around coldly. It was empty, and there was nothing. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was the seamless world. Someone forcefully brought him into the seamless world. The other party wanted to use the seamless world's law of time to erase him? Killing with a borrowed knife. Who was it? Chapter 2166. Right when Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian. You're his son. Son. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, You're my father's enemy? Needless to say, he was quite panicked right now. My father's enemy? What does that mean? The voice suddenly said, You really are his son. As soon as it finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly slashed down towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and the mysterious force was instantly obliterated. At the same time, a figure retreated explosively. Yi Xian looked towards the distance, and there was a woman standing there. She wore a tight robe, held a dagger in her hand, and her gaze was extremely sharp like a blade. Yi Xian gazed at her. Who are you? The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. I'm your ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this, and then he opened his palm and suddenly slashed with the green profound sword. Bang! The woman was blasted 30 kilometers away by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword. The strength of his current attack wasn't something that just anyone could resist. The woman was first stunned when she was blasted back by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword, and then she exploded with rage. You bastard! Yi Xian frowned once more when he heard this. Have you eaten shit? Why is your mouth so stinky? The woman spoke fiercely. You're his son. So what are you if not a bastard? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly leaped up and slashed her saber at Yi Xian. The space above him was instantly torn apart, and then a ray of light slashed down. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he slowly closed them. In the next moment, the space he resided in instantly became illusory. He slashed over. The woman seemed to have sensed something, and her pupils constricted. In the next moment, her body instantly became illusory. At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. Boom! The woman's body that was about to completely disappear suddenly returned to normal. Meanwhile, the jade-like hand suddenly punched forward. Boom! An explosion suddenly came from the battlefield. Then Yi Xian, who was in the distance, hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away along with his sword. After Yi Xian came to a stop, he looked off into the distance. Behind the woman in the distance, another woman had appeared. This woman was none other than the woman from the bamboo house he had seen before. This woman again. Yi Xian frowned. In the distance, the woman beside the woman in the bamboo house suddenly shouted madly, Martial aunt, kill him! Martial uncle! Yi Xian glanced at the crazed woman and didn't say anything. The bamboo woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian, then turned to the woman. Leave. The woman's face was filled with madness. Uncle Master, you're so strong. Why didn't you take revenge for your sect? What are you afraid of? Sect. A trace of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he heard the woman. Did father annihilate this woman's sect? However, he knew that even though father was careless, his temper was usually very good. The woman in the bamboo house gazed at the woman in front of her with a calm expression. Go back. The woman erupted completely when she heard this. She was like a wild beast that had gone berserk as she glared angrily at the woman in the bamboo house. Martial aunt, do you know how master and those other senior and junior brothers died? Do you know how horrifying their deaths were? They didn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. The woman in the bamboo house fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, I want to make it clear that my father's actions are his own, and it has nothing to do with me. If all of you want to take revenge, then I support all of you looking for him. I absolutely won't help you. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the woman in the bamboo house had pursued him so desperately. Obviously, she'd pursued him with an objective. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. The black-robed woman glared angrily at Yi Xian. He annihilated my entire sect, so I'll annihilate his entire clan. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why are you like a mad dog? The black-robed woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You bastard! Your entire family is bastard. Yi Xian's gaze instantly became icy cold. I'll tear your mouth apart. The black-robed woman stared at Yi Xian. Bring it on! Yi Xian vanished on the spot. He knew that the woman was intentionally provoking him to attack. Because as soon as he attacked, the woman in the bamboo house would definitely attack as well. But so what? He'd just do it. As expected, the woman's figure suddenly became illusory at the instant that Yi Xian attacked. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. However, his sword hadn't even descended when a hand touched the blade of his sword. Bang! The green profound sword trembled violently. At the same time, Yi Xian felt something suffocate his chest, and his figure was blasted flying. At the instant that his figure flew up into the air, a sword had suddenly and mysteriously appeared behind the woman in the bamboo house. The woman didn't even turn around, and she just flicked her finger lightly behind her. Crack! The sword shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stopped moving. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He gazed at the woman in the bamboo house, as he slowly closed his eyes. Slash the future. At the same time he suddenly attacked. Slash the present with a single strike. Slash the future with a single strike. In the distance, the bamboo lady frowned slightly. In the next moment, she slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she suddenly stretched out 2 fingers, and these 2 fingers directly clamped onto Yi Xian's Qingxian sword. But at practically the exact same moment, a sword descended straight down towards the top of her head. The woman spoke abruptly. Stop! Bang! The sword above her head stopped moving, and then it started burning. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and the 2 fingers that clamped down on Yi Xian's green profound sword suddenly exerted force. Bang! A powerful force moved along the green profound sword and struck Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively for over 30 kilometers. However, he was safe and sound. His physical body was formidable. The woman in the bamboo house glanced at Yi Xian's physical body, and her beautiful brows knit together slightly. At this moment, she was rather shocked in her heart. How long has it been? His physical body has actually become so formidable in such a short time. Yi Xian glanced at the woman in the bamboo house, and then he vanished on the spot once more. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly, and then she suddenly charged forward and raised her right knee. Bang! The river of time caved in at the spot where her knee descended. At the same time, a figure was blasted flying from within the river of time. It was Yi Xian. After Yi Xian stopped moving in the distance, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the woman in the bamboo house, and the caved-in space before her hadn't healed yet. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman was actually able to shake the barrier of the river of time. Her strength isn't ordinary. But so what? There was no fear in Yi Xian's eyes. Conversely, there was boundless fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman by the woman's side suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of sword energy shattered, and the black-robed woman was blasted 3 kilometers away. After the black-robed woman stopped moving, she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Her gaze was like a sword, and it seemed like she wanted to chop Yi Xian into pieces. Didn't you want to tear my mouth into pieces? Please do. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his eyes gradually turned blood red. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke abruptly. Young master, she's trying to provoke you. Don't lose your mind. A wisp of a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Can you endure this woman? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I can't. Yi Xian immediately said, Then help me block that woman from the bamboo house. 3 breaths of time will be enough. As he spoke, he summoned Xiao Ta and tossed him towards the woman in the bamboo house. Xiao Ta instantly spoke with astonishment. Fuck! Young master, I can endure it. I can fucking endure it. Fuck. However, it was too late. He'd been tossed towards the woman in the bamboo house by Yi Xian. As he gazed at the woman in the bamboo house that was very close to him, Xiao Ta made up his mind and suddenly slammed forward. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly when she saw Xiao Ta slam towards her, and then she pressed her fingers together and tapped forward. This tap directly hit the opposite corner of Xiao Ta's head. Bang! In an instant, the space she was in started to seethe. In the next moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she retreated over 30 meters. Of course, Xiao Ta's reaction was even more exaggerated. He was directly blasted away, and he flew out of her field of vision. After he stopped, Xiao Ta, who was lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, but he didn't get up in the end. He just lay on the ground and said softly, I'd better play dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't move at all. After she stopped, the woman in the bamboo house looked at her right hand, and her fingers had actually split open. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. This pagoda actually injured her. As if she'd thought of something, the woman's pupils suddenly constricted, and she swiftly turned her head to look over. Not far away, the woman in the black dress had been suppressed by Yi Xian's green profound sword, and Yi Xian's right hand was still holding her throat. The woman in the bamboo house narrowed her eyes when she witnessed this scene. "Don't hurt her." As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right fist. Yi Xian paid no attention to the woman in the bamboo house, and he just gazed at the woman in the black dress who stood before him. The woman in the black dress stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Come on. Kill me if you have the balls." Yi Xian grinned, and then his right hand clamped down on both sides of the woman's mouth. The woman in the bamboo house suddenly spoke. "Kill her. I'll definitely kill you." Yi Xian swiftly turned his head and spoke fiercely. "I'm fucking begging you to kill me. You're a dog if you don't." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Hiss! In an instant, Yi Xian tore open the woman's mouth, and her entire face was mutilated and bloody. At the same time, Yi Xian swiftly withdrew a sword and stabbed it into the woman's stomach, and then he spun it around. "Does that feel good?" The woman in the black dress gazed at Yi Xian and started laughing. She laughed like a madman. "Martial uncle, you're the only one left from the solitary mystery sect now. You're the only one left. Haha." As she spoke, her soul swiftly started to dissipate. Meanwhile, Yi Xian sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent assaulting him from behind. The killing intent was so strong that it was even more terrifying than when he'd activated the crazy demon bloodline. Note: 1 minute late, 1 extra chapter. I have a stockpile and I'm willful. Chapter 2167. Killing Intent. When Yi Xian sensed the terrifying killing intent behind him, there wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was only madness. Yi Xian had completely activated his insanity devil bloodline. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. A ray of blood-red light shot out like a waterfall, and the surrounding space was instantly set ablaze. Meanwhile, a fist suddenly smashed against his ray of light. Bang! In an instant, the ray of light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated explosively with his sword. However, he hadn't even stopped when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was the woman from the bamboo room, and she immediately raised her knee towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! Along with a loud bang, Yi Xian retreated explosively with his shield for over 10 kilometers. At the same time, the area of space where Yi Xian stood just now had been dented into a strange shape. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, he suddenly looked up, and a faint fist had arrived in front of him. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword shield blocked in front of him once more. Bang! The green profound sword shield shook violently. Even though it didn't crack, the powerful force passed through the green profound sword shield and struck Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. Moreover, his entire body actually started to crack. This woman's strength is truly too terrifying. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes after he stopped moving. He raised his head to look at the woman from the bamboo room. She didn't attack again, and she was just looking at him. Yi Xian wiped off the blood that seeped out from the corners of his mouth, and then he laughed hideously. "That's it." The woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then she slowly clenched her right hand. In the next moment, she slowly closed her eyes. In the distance, Yi Xian squinted his eyes as he gripped the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. Boundless power of the bloodline continued to flow into the green profound sword. In an instant, the green profound sword turned into a blood-red sword. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly took a step forward. As her foot descended, she opened her eyes. "This world is boundless." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. With this punch, the space-time in front of her suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, a fist imprint had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, At this moment, he once again smelled the scent of death. Yi Xian once again drew out the azure profound sword shield to block in front of him. At this moment, the fist mark directly blasted onto the azure profound sword shield. Rumble. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, the starry sky within a radius of several million li began to be destroyed bit by bit. At this moment, the entire medium dimension was shocked, and countless experts shot their gazes towards this expanse of the starry sky. After the fist smashed onto the azure profound sword shield, it started to tremble violently. Even though it didn't shatter into pieces, Yi Xian's body behind it had started to crack apart bit by bit. Countless strands of blood surged out from within his body. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely covered in blood. Yi Xian's body trembled violently. At this moment, he felt like a myriad of horses were madly pulling at his body, and it caused his entire body to ache with excruciating pain. Even though he possessed a formidable ability to heal himself, the speed of destruction from that punch had far surpassed the speed at which he could heal himself. Right at this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly withdrew her fist. As soon as she withdrew her fist, the mysterious energy in the surroundings instantly surged back into her fist like tidewater. But in the next moment, she suddenly smashed her fist forward once more. As soon as she smashed her fist forward, everything in the surroundings was instantly obliterated, and even the terrifying barrier of time had warped at this moment. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, the azure profound sword shield was blasted flying, and then a fist smashed against his chest. Bang! His cracked body had instantly collapsed into pieces, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul had even started to burn at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Little soul!" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Soul suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered Yi Xian's soul. Bang! Yi Xian's soul was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, the woman in the bamboo pavilion was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly roared furiously, "Do you disregard me for injuring my young master? Do I really have no face left?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden afterimage smashed against the woman in the bamboo pavilion. The woman in the bamboo pavilion who'd intended to attack frowned slightly, and then she turned around to gaze at Xiao Ta, who was charging towards her. In the next moment, she suddenly charged forward and struck her knee against Xiao Ta's horns. It was a head-on collision. Bang! Xiao Ta was instantly blasted flying at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. When he finally stopped, his body was covered in countless cracks. Of course, his horns were still completely fine. Xiao Ta lay on the ground, and his voice was extremely weak. "Young master, I've tried my best." In the distance, the woman in the bamboo pavilion glanced at her knees. There were 2 deep holes on her knees, and they were caused by Xiao Ta's horns. The woman in the bamboo pavilion glanced coldly at Xiao Ta, who was lying motionless on the ground. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot, and when she appeared again, she was already in front of Xiao Ta. She grabbed Xiao Ta, who was on the verge of death, and then her right hand suddenly grabbed both of Xiao Ta's horns. Horn pulling. When he noticed the woman's intentions, Xiao Ta was instantly terrified out of his wits. "Fuck. Women. You can kill them, but you can't humiliate them." The woman in the bamboo pavilion paid no attention to Xiao Ta, and she started to exert force instead. As soon as she exerted force, Xiao Ta instantly became illusory. Xiao Ta was horrified. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion frowned, because she noticed that she actually couldn't pull them out even with her strength. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed over. The woman in the bamboo pavilion turned around and blocked with her arm. Bang! The ray of sword light shattered. In the next moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion punched out with her arm. Bang! A shadow instantly flew out. It was Yi Xian's soul. As soon as Yi Xian's soul stopped, he instantly became illusory. If it wasn't for the green profound sword, then this attack was sufficient to destroy his soul. After he stopped, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the green profound sword suppressed his soul madly. In the distance, the woman in the bamboo pavilion didn't pull out Xiao Ta's horns anymore. She suddenly punched Xiao Tao's body. Bang! Xiao Tao trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on his body. The woman in the bamboo pavilion didn't stop, and she punched Xiao Tao again. Bang! Xiao Tao's body trembled again, and the fine cracks gradually grew larger. Just like that, the woman in the bamboo pavilion pounded Xiao Tao madly. It was very obvious that she intended to shatter Xiao Tao completely. Right at this moment, Yi Xian spoke abruptly. "Little soul, fuse with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fused completely with the green profound sword. In the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sword slashed down towards the woman in the bamboo pavilion. A single strike to the soul. The woman in the bamboo pavilion's fist, that was originally smashing towards Xiao Tao, suddenly changed direction, and then it directly smashed towards Yi Xian's sword. Bang! The sword shook violently, and then it collapsed into pieces. However, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly frowned. In the next moment, her soul was about to leave her body, but it instantly returned to her body. She gazed at Yi Xian, and then she picked up Xiao Tao and tossed it at Yi Xian. This toss caused Xiao Tao to be instantly set ablaze. Its strength was too terrifying. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword suddenly flew out from his soul, and then it blocked in front of him. Xiao Tao directly collided with the green profound sword and shield. Bang! The sword in the pagoda howled in pain. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Tao appeared in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Tao's aura was extremely weak. Xiao Tao's voice trembled. "Young master, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. I've never been bullied like this." A trace of guilt flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. "I'm sorry." As he spoke, he was about to put Xiao Tao away. However, Xiao Tao said, "Young master, I'm going to die either way. I want to die in battle and fight this woman to the death." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Are you sure?" Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "It's fine as long as you don't sell me out." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly clenched her right hand tightly, and the pitch-black space here instantly started burning. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the woman. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment his soul started burning. He was fighting desperately. What was fighting desperately? It was courting death. He was very clearly aware that there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he wouldn't have a chance at all if he didn't fight desperately. When his soul started to burn, Yi Xian's aura rose explosively. He gazed at the woman, and the latter had a calm expression on her face. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished. He'd slashed the future with his sword. In the distance, the woman slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, her right hand suddenly slashed towards the right. With this slash, a hole was torn open in the barrier of time, and a sword was slashing towards her from within that hole. It was the green profound sword. She could see the flow of time in the future. Yi Xian was shocked when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly issued a command in his heart to withdraw the green profound sword that was about to slash towards the woman. The woman stared at Yi Xian, just as she said, "I'm the only one left from the solitary mystery path. Since I'm all alone, then why should I worry about anything?" As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand, and then she punched once more. Countless strands of mysterious energy suddenly surged towards Yi Xian like tidewater, and they intended to crush him into pieces. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. This time, he didn't choose to defend himself. The best defense was offense. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and then a few 100,000 energy swords instantly appeared around him. In the next moment, those energy swords tore through the surroundings. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, ear-piercing tearing sounds resounded throughout the starry sky. Yi Xian's surroundings suddenly started burning. Death. At this moment, there was only a single thought in his mind. If he couldn't defend himself against this punch, he would definitely die. This was because he was currently a soul, and his soul was extremely weak. If he couldn't win, he would die. As he thought of this, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment he suddenly charged forward, drew his sword and slashed. A sword of life and death. If he didn't live, he would die. As soon as Yi Xian's sword landed, his entire body was sent flying. At the same time, a powerful force directly blasted his soul. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's soul started burning, and then it started to vanish at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the last day of this month, I'm begging for votes. If you don't vote, and he doesn't vote, when will I be able to make a name for myself? Chapter 2168. His soul was vanishing. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he felt like he was about to disappear from this world. Even now he didn't call for help. King Kaoshan, that was the nickname Heaven's hatefulness had given him. However, no one knew that he really disliked this nickname. Without Qing and his dad, would he be unable to survive in this world? The facts proved that it was indeed so. Reality was cruel. Temper? It was fine to have a temper, but a temper without strength was useless. But a person couldn't lose his temper and his guts. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Be indifferent to life and death. Fight if you're not satisfied. It sounded awesome, but there was a price to pay. There were many people in this world who had a temper and guts, but their strength didn't allow them to do things without regard for the consequences. There were far too many injustices in this world, and not everyone could resist such injustice. Just like now, the woman in black had tried to assassinate him, and then humiliated him. How could he tolerate that? If he couldn't tolerate it, then he would fight. But if Qing and his dad didn't show up, then what would the result be? The result would be that he would be beaten up and his life would end. That was reality. But Yi Xian didn't regret it. Didn't people live to live? If they didn't die, they would live for thousands of years. Yi Xian suddenly laughed madly, and then he drew his sword and slashed. This was his last strike. There was no breakthrough before death. And then his strength would skyrocket to beat his opponent. This strike was very weak. It was so weak that the woman in bamboo looked down on it. After that strike, Yi Xian's soul became more and more illusory, and his consciousness became more and more blurry. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo house suddenly charged forward and punched towards Yi Xian, who turned completely illusory. At this moment, Yang Yinxue suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She flipped her palm, and a talisman flew out. The talisman expanded in the wind and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards the woman in bamboo. The woman frowned and waved her sleeve. Boom! The golden light shattered, and the bamboo woman was sent tumbling backwards 10,000 feet. When she came to a stop, Yi Xian and Yang Yinxue had already disappeared. The bamboo woman's eyes narrowed when she saw this. Fleeing! As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stomped her right foot and vanished on the spot. Chi! In the distance, a huge hole was torn in space-time. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yang Yinxue carried Yi Xian on her back as she ran. A green light flashed under her feet, so her speed was extremely fast. Yang Yinxue's expression was incomparably grave. Brother, how are you doing? Yi Xian did not answer. Although his soul was being suppressed by the green profound sword, his soul was too weak. At this moment, his consciousness was gradually blurring. Yang Yinxue's face instantly sank when she saw that Yi Xian didn't answer her. She turned around and glanced behind her. A formidable aura was getting closer and closer to her. Yang Yinxue ran as fast as she could, her voice trembling. Dad, you can hear me, right? In the distant endless starry sky, the azure-robed man stood in the starry sky. He held a sword in his left hand and remained silent. Beside him, a woman held his hand tightly. It was Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi looked at the azure-robed man and said softly, Is it difficult? The azure-robed man nodded slightly and said softly, Do you think I'm cruel? Su Qingshi was silent. The azure-robed man said softly, Qingshi, I've wanted him to be an ordinary person more than once, and let him live a carefree life. But this child, although he's flashy, his blood is very similar to mine. He can't take it. With his personality, if he doesn't have the support of powerful strength, he'll live a miserable life in the future. Moreover, as he spoke, he shook his head and did not speak anymore. Su Qingshi was silent. Why did the eagle cruelly push its cub off the cliff time and time again? Because it wanted its cub to have the ability to fly, so that it could survive in this world. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the azure-robed man's side. How can one achieve Tao without suffering? Su Qingshi turned around and saw two women slowly walking over from afar. Seeing the two women, the azure-robed man smiled bitterly. Sister Xiao, little Tian. It was Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao glanced at the azure-robed man. Your son is flashy every day. If he doesn't suffer, he'll only be a second-generation heir in the future. Feeling sorry for him, now is really harming him. Qi Bai Tian shook his head. Tianming has spoiled him too much. Tianming. Everyone here fell silent when they heard this. This was once their greatest enemy. It was impossible to reason with this woman. At this moment, Su Qingshi suddenly frowned. Why hasn't Tianming made a move yet? Hearing this, the green-robed man narrowed his eyes. He suddenly turned his head, and his gaze pierced through countless galaxies, arriving at the Milky Way galaxy. However, just as his gaze was about to enter the Milky Way galaxy, a mysterious force blocked his vision. The azure-robed man raised his brows slightly and gently raised his thumb. A ray of sword light directly tore through the endless starry sky and pierced into the Milky Way. Chi. A hole was directly torn in the Milky Way. The azure-robed man saw the woman in a plain dress. The woman in a plain dress sat in front of a chessboard in a noisy square. The square was filled with people, and it was very bustling. The woman in the plain dress picked up a white chess piece and placed it down. Just as her chess piece was placed down, a black chess piece was placed right after. However, there was no one in front of her. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the black ghost stone descend. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in front of her. You want to save him? The woman fell silent. The voice smiled and said, Sir Tianming, can you really protect him forever? The woman looked in front of her. Yes, I can kill you. The voice roared with laughter. Sir Tianming, I have to admit that you're really very strong. Strong to the point even I feel that it's unusual. However, you know better than anyone that this matter won't end even if you kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed in this dimension for so long without acting. Tianming fell silent. The voice continued. Actually, I used to be confused about the meaning of life. It wasn't until I came to this Milky Way galaxy that I suddenly realized that the reason why life has meaning is because everything is unknown. Only the unknown has meaning. Tianming shook her head. Life has meaning because it has an end. Only with an end can the process have meaning. Without an end, life is meaningless. The voice fell silent. Tianming suddenly stood up, threw a white ghost stone, and turned to leave. This time it's a draw. After taking 2 steps, her voice came again. Remember, the reason why my life has meaning is because my brother is alive. If he dies, then my life will have no meaning. If my life has no meaning, then is there any meaning to the existence of this universe? The voice said, Are you threatening me? Tianming didn't even turn her head. Isn't my threat obvious enough? The voice. In the starry sky, Yang Nianxue carried Yi Xian on her back as she ran. Yang Nianxue said with a trembling voice, Dad, are you really going to watch him die? There was no response. Yang Nianxue said again, Tianming, your brother is about to be beaten to death. There was still no response. Yang Nianxue's face instantly turned pale when she witnessed this scene. Brother, you've been abandoned. Meanwhile, the space behind her was suddenly torn into pieces, and then a fist tore through the air towards her. Yang Nianxue was shocked. She hurriedly turned around, withdrew a talisman and tossed it over. Bang! A terrifying force erupted from the talisman and smashed against the fist. Rumble! The fist shook violently and exploded apart, and the powerful impact blasted Yang Nianxue and Yi Xian over 100 kilometers away. Yang Nianxue had just stopped moving, and she carried Yi Xian on her back as she flew forward again. Yang Nianxue hadn't vanished for long when the woman from the bamboo pavilion appeared here. She frowned slightly as she gazed at young Ninshue who'd vanished. And then she vanished on the spot. Hiss! Countless spatial barriers in the distance were torn apart. Continue chasing after her. At the end of the starry sky, young Ninshue turned around and glanced over. And then her face instantly fell. That woman has no intention of stopping at all. Young Ninshue spoke solemnly. Brother, I can't stop her. I want to leave you here and run by myself. If you have any objections, then just let me know. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. Young Ninshue hurriedly said when she noticed that Yi Xian was silent. So you don't have any objections? If you don't, then I'll put you down. She was about to put Yi Xian down when Yi Xian suddenly spoke weakly. Big sister. I think I can still be saved. Big sister. Young Ninshue's heart instantly softened, and she withdrew another talisman and crushed it. In an instant, a strand of mysterious energy surged into Yi Xian's soul, and Yi Xian's green sword was ceaselessly healing Yi Xian's soul. Time. Young Ninshue turned around to look. She knew that she had to buy time for Yi Xian. Suddenly, young Ninshue's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly stopped. As soon as she did, the space in front of her had split apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. It was the woman from the bamboo pavilion. The woman gazed at young Ninshue. Young Ninshue suddenly opened her palm, and then a talisman flew out from her palm. It was like a sharp arrow that instantly arrived before the woman from the bamboo pavilion. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she smashed her fist forward. Bang! The talisman was instantly blasted apart, but she herself was pushed almost 300 m back as well. After she stopped, she glanced at her fist, and it was completely mangled. The woman frowned when she witnessed this scene. In the next moment, she swiftly raised her head, and then her figure shot forward like a cannonball. Young Ninshue stopped again at the end of the starry sky, and she just stopped when the woman from the bamboo pavilion appeared in front of her again. Young Ninshue's expression was extremely unsightly. She couldn't compare to the woman in terms of speed. The woman gazed at young Ninshue. I think that you can't possibly have a lot of such talismans, right? Young Ninshue spoke indifferently. I don't have a lot, just a few thousand. As she spoke, she flipped her right hand, and a few thousand talismans appeared in her grasp. The woman's expression froze when she witnessed this scene. Xiao Ta's voice suddenly trembled as he spoke. This is a true second generation. Chapter 2169. A few thousand talismans. The woman's face fell when she saw the talismans in young Ninshue's hand. The might of those talismans was extraordinary, so she didn't dare underestimate them. Young Ninshue suddenly said, Xiao Ta, take your young master into the pagoda to recuperate. Xiao Ta hurriedly took Yi Xian into the pagoda. Young Ninshue gazed at the woman with an emotionless expression. I didn't really want to use these talismans, because my father said that I only know how to use external objects. She shook her head at this point. Woman, let me see how good you are at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a talisman suddenly flew out. Hiss! A ray of golden light tore through the surroundings. The woman remained expressionless as she punched forward. Bang! The ray of golden light was instantly obliterated. But another ray of golden light shot over in the next moment. The woman frowned slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. A moment later her body became illusory. She slashed forward. Young Ninshue's eyes immediately narrowed when she saw the woman's body turn illusory. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and an ancient mirror appeared in it. The ancient mirror suddenly flew above her head, and then a strange ray of light enveloped her. Bang! In an instant, young Ninshue's body became illusory. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly raised her head to look at young Ninshue, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You're not in the past. Young Ninshue spoke indifferently. Do you know what mirror this is? It's the divine spatial mirror. Under its illumination, no one will be able to slash my past or see into my future. The bamboo woman glanced at the time-space divine mirror above young Ninshue's head. She slowly clenched her right hand. In the next moment, she suddenly rushed forward and punched at young Ninshue. What welcomed her was a large number of talismans. Young Nianxue tossed out talismans like a madman. And it didn't take long for the river of stars to seethe and burn. Under the frenzied bombardment of young Nianxue's talismans, the bamboo woman was blasted back repeatedly. Those talismans weren't ordinary talismans, and they were extremely formidable. Of course, it was mainly because there were so many of them. Roughly 15 minutes later, the talismans in young Nianxue's hands became fewer and fewer, and her expression became more and more solemn. Although those talismans could repel the bamboo woman, they couldn't kill her. Not long after, young Nianxue's last talisman was used up, and it was easily shattered by a punch from the bamboo woman in the distance. The bamboo woman looked at young Nianxue. Anything else? Young Nianxue shook her head. No. The bamboo woman was expressionless. Then it is time for you to die. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward and punched young Nianxue, and the powerful force of her punch instantly enveloped young Nianxue. Young Nianxue's expression was calm. When the woman arrived in front of her, young Nianxue suddenly opened her palm, and a small hall appeared in her hand. In the next moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flew out from within the small hall. Boom! The bamboo woman was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away by the sword light. After she stopped moving, she gazed at her right hand, and there was a deep injury on it. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she noticed the injury on her right hand, and then she raised her head to look at young Nianxue. At this moment, the small hall in young Nianxue's hand suddenly flew up slowly. As soon as it flew into the air, it expanded explosively and transformed into a huge hall. There were two large words above the entrance to the hall: Sword Hall. The Sword Hall. The bamboo woman frowned slightly. What divine treasure is that? Young Nianxue's face remained expressionless. The Sword Hall. The Sword Hall. The bamboo woman shook her head. I've never heard of it. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward and punched young Nianxue. This punch was covered in a light that was dazzling like the sun. As soon as she punched forward, the boundless starry sky seethed once more. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly flew out from the hall above young Nianxue, and it slashed down from midair. Hiss! The light was instantly torn apart by the sword. A cold glow flashed through the bamboo woman's eyes. She didn't retreat but moved forward instead, and she smashed her fist towards the descending sword. Bang! A ray of light. An array of light suddenly exploded apart. The sword was blasted flying while the bamboo woman was pushed over 1 kilometer back. After she stopped moving, she glanced at her right hand, and she noticed that it had actually been sliced open. The bamboo woman's brows knit together tightly when she witnessed this scene. And then she raised her head to look at the hall above young Nianxue. The sword from before had returned to the hall. Young Nianxue gazed at the bamboo woman. Do you still want to fight? The bamboo woman glanced at young Nianxue. Many divine treasures. Young Nianxue nodded. Indeed. Meanwhile, the bamboo woman suddenly said, they're external objects in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, she pressed her palms together. Young Nianxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she formed seals with both hands while silently chanting. Right at this moment, the bamboo woman suddenly opened her eyes and took a step forward. As soon as she took that step, her soul suddenly left her body, and then her body transformed into numerous afterimages. Moreover, her soul had transformed into numerous afterimages as well. Young Nianxue sensed the aura of death in the distance, and her eyes opened wide. Slash! As soon as her voice resounded, 10 swords suddenly slashed out from within the hall. Hiss! 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 In an instant, countless rays of light surged like a waterfall and drowned the countless afterimages of the bamboo woman. But in the next moment, the rays of light suddenly shattered, and then the 10 swords were blasted flying. At the same time, an afterimage charged over to young Nianxue. Young Nianxue's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly opened her right hand. A black shield appeared there. However, it had only just appeared when a hand grabbed her throat. The bamboo woman grabbed young Nianxue's throat and slammed her forward. Bang! Yang Ninshua's body instantly exploded apart, and only her soul remained. The bamboo woman stared fixedly at Yang Nianxue, who was in soul form. Do you have any more divine treasures? As she spoke, she slowly exerted force with her right hand. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared behind her, and she immediately let go of Yang Nianxue, before swiftly turning around and striking with her elbow. Bang! The sword was blasted flying. Moreover, a man stood not too far away from her. It was none other than Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had recovered, and so had his soul. Yi Xian gazed at the bamboo woman. I've been revived. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly vanished. In the distance, the bamboo woman raised her arm to block. Bang! The green profound sword was directly blocked flying. But in the next moment, another sword slashed over. The bamboo woman pointed out with a finger. Bang! The sword was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was already by Yang Ninshue's side, and he gazed at the extremely weak Yang Nianxue. Big sister, are you all right? Yang Nianxue shook her head. I'm fine. I just almost died. Yi Xian spoke in a light voice. I'm sorry. Yang Nianxue shook her head slightly. Little brother, let's not chat. Think about how to deal with this woman. Yi Xian turned around to look at the bamboo woman in the distance. Needless to say, she was the most terrifying expert he'd encountered so far. His intuition told him that she hadn't even used her full strength. The bamboo woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then her figure suddenly floated up slowly. In an instant, countless strands of mysterious energy converged from the surroundings and surged into her body. Yi Xian frowned. This woman is going to use her ultimate move again. The bamboo woman gazed at Yi Xian, and she slowly clenched her right fist. Crack! Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning appeared above her. As soon as these bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, a strand of monstrous might swept down from the sky. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled violently before he vanished on the spot along with Yi Xian. He's gone. The bamboo woman was stunned when she witnessed this scene. Did he flee? In next to no time, she confirmed that Yi Xian had fled. The bamboo woman's expression instantly turned cold. How can he flee from a fight? In the next moment, the bamboo woman tore the space in front of her apart. Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to return to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The expression of the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian, instantly became unsightly when he saw Yi Xian. He was already aware of what had happened between Yi Xian and the bamboo woman, and the reason he hadn't helped Yi Xian was because he knew the bamboo woman. The bamboo woman was said to be one of the 3 strongest fighters in the middle world. So he'd decided to feign ignorance, and hadn't chosen to bring others to help Yi Xian. What sort of person was Yi Xian? When he saw Yu Xian's expression, he knew what Yu Xian was thinking. Obviously, even though she was an extraordinary VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian wasn't willing to go against the bamboo woman for Shi's sake. Yi Xian smiled and said, President Yu Xian, I didn't come here to ask you to help me go against the bamboo woman. I want you to help me protect something. Yu Xian hurriedly asked, What is it? Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiaotao appeared in his hand. Xiaotao's voice trembled. Young Lord Yu, what are you doing? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Xiaotao, both you and my sister are heavily injured. Both of you need to heal, especially my sister. Her physical body was destroyed and her soul was heavily injured. Xiaotao immediately said, Young Lord, I want to live and die with you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Listen to me. After that, he placed Xiaotao in Yu Xian's hand, and then he turned around and flew away on his sword. However, as soon as he left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the bamboo woman appeared in front of him. In the hall, Yu Xian looked at Xiaotao in his hand in silence. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared behind him, and he looked at Yi Xian, who was facing the bamboo woman. Are you sure you won't help? Yu Xian's expression was calm. Are you a match for Dao Xianyi? Dao Xianyi was the bamboo woman's name. The middle-aged man shook his head. Yu Xian said softly, Although the solitary mystery path has been destroyed, Dao Xianyi is still here. If we help, this woman might kill us. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He has the Xintian token. Yi Xian shook his head. Just play dumb. After saying that, he hesitated. After all, the pavilion master has not appeared for a long time. The middle-aged man was silent. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the bamboo woman in front of him. He did not say anything and directly ignited his physical body. Boom! Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. However, it was not over yet. Yi Xian began to ignite his bloodline, igniting the crazy demon bloodline. The moment he chose to ignite the crazy demon bloodline, a violent and murderous intent from the depths of his bloodline suddenly rushed into his sea of consciousness. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes turned into a sea of blood. He had completely gone mad. This time, there were no fancy tricks. This time he was ready to die. Chapter 2170. Crazed Demon Bloodline. After completely entering a berserk state, Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. At this moment, everyone within a radius of several million miles felt a terrifying killing intent. The hidden experts who had rushed over were all shocked. What kind of bloodline was this? It was actually so terrifying. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian looked at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood in the distance, and remained silent. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. He was shocked by Yi Xian's strength. He had never thought that Yi Xian would be able to fight with Dao Xian for so long. Did Dao Xianyi go easy on him? Obviously not. Not simple. A complicated look flashed across Yu Xian's eyes. He knew that since Yi Xian was able to obtain the pavilion leader's approval, he was definitely not a simple person. However, he did not dare to gamble with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch. If he lost the bet, not only would he die, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch would also disappear. He couldn't afford to gamble. In the distant sky, Dao Xuanyi looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression, but her right hand slowly clenched. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Dao Xuanyi. His eyes were like a sea of blood, and his killing intent was monstrous. All the experts in the surroundings retreated explosively, because they realized that Yi Xian's killing intent was actually able to corrode their minds. In the sky, without any nonsense, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. This strike was mixed with boundless viciousness and killing intent. Dao Xian was expressionless. She took a step forward and punched towards Yi Xian. With this punch, everything around her was annihilated. The powerful fist force shook the entire middle world. Both of them chose to fight head-on. Boom! A blood-colored sword light suddenly erupted from the horizon. Subsequently, both of them retreated at the same time. However, Dao Xian stopped after retreating several hundred feet, whereas Yi Xian retreated several thousand feet. Dao Xianyi looked at her right hand. There were countless cracks on it. Seeing this, Dao Xuanyi frowned deeply. She realized that Yi Xian's strength had become much stronger. Moreover, Yi Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Dao Xianyi looked at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Dao Xianyi suddenly stomped her foot on top of Yi Xian's head, and when her foot descended, the space in front of her instantly caved in. Boom! Yi Xian didn't even have the time to react, before he was stomped into a boundless spatial abyss. As soon as he stopped moving, an afterimage suddenly flashed over to him, and then a fist that carried monstrous might and force smashed towards his head with the intention of smashing his head apart. This time, Yi Xian did not choose to dodge. Instead, he directly stabbed his sword at Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. However, Dao Xianyi did not choose to dodge either. Bang! Yi Xian's body crumbled, and his soul retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword pierced Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. Just as the green profound sword was about to suppress Dao Xuanyi's soul, a powerful force shook the green profound sword out of his body. Dao Xuanyi closed her eyes slowly, and her soul became illusory. Even though the sword had been shaken out of her body, it had still caused a heavy injury to her soul. She'd been slightly careless this time, because she hadn't expected that the sword would be able to restrain the soul. She'd thought that the sword was only slightly sharper. In the distance, after Yi Xian's body shattered, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp before he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. It tore through everything. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi suddenly raised her head, and then she charged forward and smashed her fist forward. Swish! This punch tore through everything before it. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword. However, a sword suddenly slashed towards Dao Xuanyi in the next moment. A wisp of icy coldness flashed in Dao Xuanyi's eyes, and she raised her arm to block it. Bang! The sword was blasted away. In the next moment she was about to attack again. However, another sword slashed towards her. Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her right palm slowly returned to the space between her brows. In the next moment, she charged forward, and her palm slashed down like a blade. Bang! The sword was slashed into pieces. At the same time, a palm suddenly slashed down from above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked above his head. Bang! The sword shield shook violently, and Yi Xian's soul fell from the sky. Suddenly, Dao Xuanyi appeared in front of Yi Xian like a ghost, and she pointed at the space between Yi Xian's brows. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and the green profound sword suddenly returned to the sheath in his hand. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. This wasn't an ordinary slash. It was slashing the future, the present, and the past. 3 swords as one. As soon as Yi Xian attacked, Dao Xuanyi immediately frowned. However, she didn't withdraw her finger. Instead, she stomped her right foot on the ground, and her strength increased once more. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword, but Dao Xuanyi retreated over 1 kilometer as well. Not only that, her right hand was directly torn apart by Yi Xian's attack, and she'd almost lost an arm. At the same time, there was a blood-red sword scar between her brows. Dao Xuanyi stared fixedly at the distant Yi Xian. She noticed that Yi Xian's sword was much stronger than before. Under normal circumstances, even if Yi Xian slashed the past, the future, and the present, it would still be impossible for him to injure her. But it was different now. After Yi Xian's bloodline energy was activated, his strength was completely different from before. Pure bloodline energy. At this moment, Dao Xuanyi had a trace of doubt in her heart. I've already destroyed Yi Xian's physical body, so why does he still have bloodline energy? Could it be that his bloodline isn't in his physical body, but in his soul? I can't figure it out. She didn't think about it either. Dao Xuanyi slowly clenched her right hand, and she was just about to attack. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly became illusory. Slash over. Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she suddenly raised her arm to block. Bang! An expanse of blood-red sword energy suddenly erupted, and Dao Xuanyi was pushed back by over 1 kilometer. Moreover, as soon as she stopped moving, her right arm flew into the air. It was severed. The experts in the shadows were astounded when they witnessed this scene. Has Yi Xian's strength grown stronger again? Dao Xuanyi stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who stood in the distance. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly raised his sword and slashed over fiercely. The blood-red sword energy contained boundless vicious energy and killing intent. And even Dao Xuanyi couldn't help but frown. The killing intent and vicious energy were so strong that they were unprecedented. When facing Yi Xian, who was growing stronger and stronger, Dao Xuanyi didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. Her left hand suddenly stretched forward, and then she formed a strange seal. In the next moment she moved forward lightly. This movement caused the space around her to suddenly erupt like a volcano that had been accumulating energy for a few tens of thousands of years, and then a formidable force surged out from her at the center. Bang! The blood-red sword energy shattered, and then Yi Xian was pushed back repeatedly. At the same time, the entire river of stars started seething, and then it was incinerated and obliterated. The entire middle world was shocked, because their battle had harmed the quintessence of the middle world. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared here. He glanced at Yi Xian, and then he gazed at Dao Xuani. Supreme Xuani, you've harmed the quintessence of this world. Dao Xuani glanced coldly at the old man. Mu Xian, this isn't related to your world sect. Mu Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Supreme Xuani, all of us Supreme Exalts had an agreement that no one is allowed to harm the quintessence of this world. Now that you've... Dao Xuani stared fixedly at Mu Xian. My solitary profound sect has perished, so why should I care about all of that? Tell them that I'll beat up anyone who dares to stop me, and I stand by my word. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Yi Xian, who was standing in the distance. Mu Xian sighed softly on the spot. He'd finally realized what was going on. Dao Xuani didn't care anymore, because if they really tried to stop her, then she would beat them up as well. After all, a mad Supreme Exalted was no joke. Beat up Yi Xian? Mu Xian glanced at Yi Xian, who stood in the distance. He didn't know Yi Xian. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious that this young man's background wasn't simple at all. Especially that bloodline of his. That bloodline was too abnormal. Even though Yi Xian was still being suppressed by Dao Xuani, he wasn't completely powerless to fight back. Because even Dao Xuani didn't dare rashly go head-on against his green profound sword. The green profound sword that was enhanced by the energy of his bloodline was no joke, and it could probably even slash Xiaotao apart. Moreover, because Yi Xian had fallen completely into a state of madness, he was endlessly enhanced by the energy of his bloodline. The madder he became, the stronger he became. The more he fought, the stronger he became. There was no upper limit. This was the most terrifying aspect of his mad devil bloodline. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly blasted back by Dao Xuani's punch, and as soon as he stopped, a ray of sword energy slashed towards Dao Xuani without any warning. Dao Xuani suddenly struck with her elbow. Bang! The ray of sword energy was directly shattered by her, but her right elbow had split open, and her bones were visible. Dao Xuani looked at her elbow in silence. In the distance, Yi Xian started to reconstruct his physical body as soon as he stopped. With his current strength, it was quite easy for him to reconstruct his physical body. However, the reconstructed physical body would not have the dreadful defensive ability it had before. Every time his body was destroyed, he would have to reconstruct it. However, Yi Xian didn't care, because even his previous body couldn't resist Dao Xuani's terrifying strength. It didn't make much of a difference now. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly moved slowly to take down the bamboo house behind her. Mu Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw that, and he hurriedly stopped her. Supreme Xuani, you mustn't. What you're doing is destroying this world. You'll become the greatest sinner of the middle world. Dao Xuani ignored Mu Xian. She opened the bamboo house, and there was a ruler within it. It was very short, only as long as an arm. Dao Xuani picked up the ruler and said softly, Master, you once told me to give in to everything I do. So, you used the infinite ruler to seal 40% of my strength, so that I can never be complacent. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, and said, I'll die if I kill this person, but I have no regrets. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly picked up the infinite ruler and lightly tapped the space between her brows. Bang! In an instant, Dao Xuani's aura skyrocketed, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the entire middle world. Dao Xuani had completely recovered his strength, the most terrifying super genius in the history of the solitary mystery path. Moreover, he was holding the most terrifying super divine artifact of the solitary mystery path, the infinite ruler. The ruler could measure the past and the present, and it could suppress time. Chapter 2171. Mu Xian's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw Dao Xuani had recovered his strength. They had always been very afraid of Dao Xianyi, because they knew that Dao Xianyi had always been suppressing his strength. But now, Dao Xuanyi had recovered his strength, and with the infinite divine ruler in her hand, he wasn't worried about Yi Xian's life or death, but the life or death of the entire middle world. Once the middle world's quintessence was destroyed, the impact on them would be fatal. Dao Xuanyi's sect had been destroyed, so he didn't care, but they had to care. Stop Dao Xuanyi. Mu Xian immediately rejected the idea. Dao Xuanyi didn't care anymore. If he stopped her, she might go crazy and hit him, and that would be embarrassing. Mu Xian turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. What if Yi Xian disappeared? Mu Xian's gaze gradually turned cold. In the distance, Yi Xian held the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. His bloodline aura was still rising madly, but compared to Dao Xuanyi's current aura, it seemed very weak. Dao Xuanyi looked at Yi Xian in the distance, slowly clenched his right hand, and without a word, he directly punched. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian and his sword were instantly thrown into a boundless space-time abyss. Although this punch was only aimed at Yi Xian, the world around him instantly became illusory. At this moment, a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. It looked down at Dao Xuanyi, and its voice carried a terrifying pressure. Supreme Xuanyi, did you destroy this world? Super spiritual vein. The huge dragon before him was the leader of the 36 spiritual veins, the spiritual dragon. Dao Xuanyi glanced coldly at the spiritual dragon. Today, I'll only kill one person. Supreme spiritual dragon, don't provoke me. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and without a word he punched again. In the distance, in the boundless space-time abyss, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, drew his sword and slashed. One sword slashed the past, one sword slashed the present, and one sword slashed the future. 3 swords combined into one. Boom! As soon as Yi Xian's sword fell, 3 sword lights exploded in front of him. Yi Xian retreated again. Moreover, when he stopped this time, his physical body was annihilated without a sound. He couldn't block it. Dao Xuanyi stared at Yi Xian, whose soul seemed to be a little illusory. I know your background isn't simple. Why don't you call for help? In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled slightly. In the next moment his soul burned. Soul ignition. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the point of constantly overdrafting yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, her body slowly floated up, and she clenched her right hand tightly. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly turned into a blood-red sword light, and disappeared on the spot. Qi. The boundless abyss of space and time had suddenly started to burn. It couldn't withstand their strength at all. Dao Xuanyi's fist smashed onto Yi Xian's green profound sword. The green profound sword trembled violently, and a powerful force directly passed through the green profound sword to Yi Xian's soul. Boom! Yi Xian's soul instantly floated away like a piece of paper. However, at this moment, 2 sword lights appeared at the back of Dao Xuanyi's head and throat. Dao Xuanyi's expression was calm, as he pressed his right hand down lightly. In an instant, an invisible force directly shattered the 2 swords. In the distance, Yi Xian's soul was still burning, although his aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it was even stronger than when he burned his bloodline. His soul was also becoming more and more illusory. He couldn't defeat her. Even if he burned his bloodline and soul, he still couldn't defeat the woman in front of him. The gap between their strength was too huge. If this woman punched him again, his soul would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, we'll meet again in the next life." As soon as it finished speaking, the green profound sword suddenly turned into a sword light and entered Yi Xian's soul. In the next moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the green profound sword and spread out from Yi Xian's soul. It was devouring the green profound sword. To be more accurate, the green profound sword had self-destructed and voluntarily allowed itself to be devoured by Yi Xian, because Yi Xian could devour swords. At this moment, The completely crazed Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something and suddenly trembled. In the next moment he suddenly roared. No! His voice was filled with endless fear. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid that his loved ones had disappeared. The green profound sword was devoured on its own. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura directly erupted like a volcano. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings were completely ignited. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Dao Xuanyi in the distance. In the next moment, he charged over like a madman. There was no sword. At this moment he was the sword. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi's expression was calm. He opened his palm, and the infinite God ruler appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly. Boom! The originally burning world was instantly extinguished. A ruler's shadow directly shook the charging Yi Xian. Boom! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Yi Xian and Dao Xuanyi retreated rapidly at the same time. This retreat directly took both of them hundreds of thousands of feet back. After Yi Xian stopped, rays of sword light continuously condensed around him. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi had just stopped when a sword suddenly slashed down from above her head. Dao Xuanyi opened his palm, and the infinite God ruler in his hand suddenly flew up and directly shattered the sword. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. Dao Xuanyi's pupils suddenly shrank. Since when did Yi Xian's speed become so fast? At this moment, Yi Xian's speed was at least 10 times faster than before. At this moment, Dao Xuanyi suddenly understood. Yi Xian had concealed his strength. No, he had concealed his speed. When his bloodline and soul were ignited, all aspects of Yi Xian's abilities were greatly enhanced. However, he had concealed his speed, and she had actually overlooked this. Therefore, at this moment, when Yi Xian absorbed the energy of the green profound sword, he stopped concealing his speed and caught her off guard. Most importantly, since the moment he ignited his bloodline, Yi Xian had been constantly suppressed by her. This caused her to subconsciously lower her guard. At this moment, Dao Xuanyi was unable to guard against it. Yi Xian used his right hand as a sword and directly stabbed into Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, Dao Xuanyi's physical body instantly shattered. However, at almost the same time, Dao Xuanyi's finger swiped at Yi Xian's eyes. Hiss! Both of them retreated explosively at the same time. When Yi Xian stopped, his eyes were gone. Not only that, but his soul was so illusory that it was almost transparent. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi's physical body was destroyed. Not only that, but there was also a sword stuck in her body. Although it was not the green profound sword, Yi Xian had used the soul fixation sword, and this sword directly suppressed Dao Xuanyi's soul. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi's eyes flashed ferociously. Immeasurable. As soon as she finished speaking, the immeasurable God ruler above her head suddenly fell, and then entered her body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Dao Xuanyi's body. In the next moment, the sword in her soul actually started to dissipate bit by bit. In the distance, Yi Xian's soul was also illusory. He did not dare to attack again, because his current soul condition was even weaker than Dao Xuanyi's. He also started to recover his soul. Both of them chose to recover their souls. At this moment, countless experts in the middle world were extremely shocked, because the battle between Yi Xian and Dao Xuanyi was too terrifying. The middle world could no longer withstand their strength. Countless earth veins had shattered, and underground magma had surged into the ground. This was only secondary. In some places, the spiritual energy had already started to dry up. The middle world's origin had been severely damaged. If this continued, the entire middle world would be destroyed. In the distance, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Mu Xian. This person was the other supreme expert of the middle world, Miss Shan. At the same time, he was the sect master of another supreme sect, the Divine Cloud sect. Miss Shan glanced at Dao Xuanyi and Yi Xian in the distance, and his face was slightly gloomy. At this moment, the spirit dragon sovereign suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man and appeared beside Mu Xian and Miss Shan. The spirit dragon sovereign looked coldly at Yi Xian and Dao Xuanyi in the distance. Are you sure you won't stop them? Mu Xian and Miss Shan fell silent. Stop them? If they could, they would have done it a long time ago. The spirit dragon sovereign looked at Mu Xian and Dao Xuani. It won't be long before they recover again. At that time, they will start fighting again. As for the current situation in the middle world, you should know better than me. If this continues, the middle world's origin will be completely destroyed by them. And it might even cause the spiritual energy to dry up. No, it will definitely cause the spiritual energy to dry up. Both Miss Shan and Dao Xuani's faces turned slightly unsightly. The spirit dragon sovereign continued. Look, the countless earth veins in the middle world have started to collapse. If this continues, their strength will completely destroy all the earth veins in the middle world. It isn't just the earth veins. Even the countless spirit veins in the middle world won't be able to withstand their strength and will be destroyed. At that time, our spirit hall leaf will be affected. As he spoke, his gaze gradually turned cold. Once there are no more earth veins and countless spirit veins here, I'll take the supreme spirit veins of our spirit hall and leave the middle world. Miss Shan and Mu Xian's expressions instantly changed when they heard this. The reason the spirit energy in the middle world was so dense was because of the 36 supreme spirit veins. And the reason the 36 supreme spirit veins were left in the middle world was because the middle world had the advantage of the natural earth veins and spirit veins. They could nourish the middle world, but they also needed the middle world to nourish them. They were complementary to the middle world. Once the 36 supreme spirit veins left, then at least 80% of the spirit energy in the middle world would instantly vanish. After that, the spirit energy in the middle world would dry up, and it wouldn't be long before the entire middle world would dry up and become a deathly silent universe. At this moment, Mu Xian suddenly said, "We can't let them continue fighting." Miss Shan looked at Mu Xian, and Mu Xian looked at Dao Xuani, and Yi Xian expressionlessly. One of them must die. After a moment of silence, Miss Shan asked, "Who?" Mu Xian looked at Dao Xuani. It's too dangerous to choose her because if she doesn't die, once she goes crazy and takes revenge. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian, who was recovering his soul, and said he must die. Miss Shan said, "Do it." As soon as he said this, he and Mu Xian charged at Yi Xian. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Chapter 2172. Two supreme exalts had attacked at the same time. How could Yi Xian resist them? He couldn't resist them at all. Not to mention his current state. He wouldn't be able to resist them even if he was at his peak state. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Yang Ningxue. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ningxue's eyes. She opened her palm, and the sword palace suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. It exploded. The sword hall exploded apart while countless rays of light erupted like fireworks. Miss Shan and Mu Xian were blasted back by the rays of light, and Yi Xian and Yang Ningxue had vanished when they finally stopped moving. Mu Xian and Miss Shan's expressions became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Miss Shan stared fixedly at the scene in the distance. He can't be allowed to live. They were fearful of Yi Xian as well because he was able to fight an exalted realm expert at such a young age. So how terrifying would he be if he was allowed to grow? Actually, both of them were slightly regretful right now. Why did we interfere in this matter? Or perhaps we could have done it in a different way. For example, we could have gotten a scapegoat to do it for us. Yet now, not only had they failed to kill him, they'd even formed an irreconcilable enmity with him. Miss Shan suddenly said, "He can't be allowed to live. Pursue him." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. On the other hand, Mu Xian charged forward as well. The expression of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch president, Yu Xian, instantly became unsightly when he saw Yi Xian and Yang Ningxue flee. Actually, he didn't want Yi Xian to flee as well. Yi Xian was an extraordinary VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. According to the rules set by the pavilion master, he should protect Yi Xian with all his might. However, he'd chosen to watch from the sidelines just now. If Yi Xian had been killed, then the pavilion master would definitely not pursue the matter any further. After all, it wasn't worth it for a dead person. But now, Yi Xian had fled. The situation had changed again. After a long moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Awu, ask your men to track him down." He paused for a moment and added, "At all costs." He was talking about Yi Xian. The middle-aged man called Awu spoke solemnly. Yi Xian said softly, "There's no way back. Once he dies, no one in this world will know that he is a distinguished guest of my celestial treasure pavilion. Of course, if you find his whereabouts, don't make a move. Just contact Mu Xian and Supreme Mist Mountain, and do them a favor." Awu fell silent for a moment, then he turned and left. In terms of intelligence, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was incomparable to the other factions. In terms of intelligence, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was incomparable to the major powers. Somewhere in the star field, Mu Xian and Lan Shan stopped. Their faces were extremely ugly. Wu and Wu Xian. Time to see. Their divine consciousnesses swept the surrounding star zones and the universe. But they did not find Yi Xian and Yang Ningxue. Lan Shan's face was extremely gloomy. How did they do it? Mu Xian shook his head. That woman possesses an extremely large number of mystical items. She's surely using some sort of divine item to conceal her aura. Lan Shan suddenly asked, "Who are these two people?" Both of them were stunned when they heard this. Who are they? They've overlooked this question. They're definitely not from the medium world. If they are, they would know. Supreme Xiani should know. Lan Shan said. They glanced at each other and vanished. When they reappeared, they were in the sky above the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xiani was still there. Mu Xian looked at him. "Supreme Xian, who's that young man?" Dao Xuani glanced at Mu Xian, then disappeared from the spot. Mu Xian frowned and looked at Lan Shan. "What does she mean?" "She's ignoring you," Lan Shan said. Mu Xian said solemnly, "We are helping her." Lan Shan shook his head. "It doesn't matter who he is. Since we attacked him, we've sowed karma. If we don't want him to take revenge on us in the future, then we should deal with him before he leaves the city." A trace of worry flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. "I'm worried that he has a powerful force behind him." Lan Shan furrowed his brows when he heard that. How could he not be worried? Meanwhile, Mu Xian shook his head. "Let's not think about that. Since we've sowed karma, then let's face it calmly. What's there to be afraid of?" He roared with laughter. "Why should we fear anyone when our sects join forces?" Hearing this, Lan Shan nodded. "Indeed," Mu Xian said. "Our top priority now is to find those two and kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lan Shan vanished on the spot. The 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Actually, no one had expected that young Ningxue didn't flee with Yi Xian. Instead, she brought Yi Xian to the 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the pavilion that belonged to the pavilion master. The most dangerous place was the safest. Of course, she'd used a divine object to conceal her and Yi Xian's auras. After Yang Ningxue entered the 9th floor with Yi Xian on her back, she glanced at the surroundings casually, and then placed Yi Xian on the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian's soul was still very weak. Yang Ningxue looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still exuding a terrifying murderous intent and evil aura. However, this murderous intent and evil aura were all suppressed by a tree core. The divine tree of life's tree core. She'd obtained it from an old man with a bamboo chest. It was capable of suppressing many evil existences. The killing intent and vicious aura belonged to the category of evil. Because of the divine tree of life's tree core, Yi Xian's mind was gradually returning to normal. After a long time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. Yang Ningxue asked softly, "Are you okay?" A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After a long time, he said softly, "Soul is gone." Soul. He'd just tried to contact Soul, but Soul had vanished completely. Yang Ningxue fell silent. She knew that Soul had followed Yi Xian for so many years, so their feelings for each other were definitely very deep. Yang Ningxue sighed softly. She hadn't expected that things would develop to this extent. She'd always thought that Tianming would intervene, but this time, he didn't. Did something happen to him? A A trace of doubt arose in Yang Ninshua's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ta appeared in front of him, and Yi Xian directly entered Xiao Ta's body. Healing. Reconstructing his body, Yang Nianxue walked to the window and looked down. At this moment, experts from the two sects were flying through the city from time to time. She knew that the two superpowers, the Cloud God sect and Tianyi sect, were madly searching for her and Yi Xian. Besides that, the members of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch had been mobilized as well. Their targets were her and Yi Xian. Yang Nianxue frowned. Wasn't little brother a super VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Is this super VIP really that low in status? As if she'd thought of something, Yang Nianxue suddenly turned to look at her surroundings. The 9th floor wasn't very spacious, but it was very elegant. There was a long table, and a chair not too far away from her. And there was a bookshelf on the other side. Besides that, there was nothing else in the room. The Pavilion Master. She was quite curious about the Pavilion Master as well. After all, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's business wasn't ordinary, and it had businesses throughout the universe. Yang Nianxue walked slowly to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book. However, she'd never seen the words written on it. "It's not from this world." Yang Nianxue frowned. She flipped through some more books, but they were all unfamiliar words. Yang Nianxue placed the book back on the bookshelf and walked slowly to the table. There was an ancient book on the table, and she understood the words written on it. Yang Nianxue picked up the ancient book and saw 3 words, Theory of the Universe. Beside the book was a pen. However, this pen was different from the pens in this world. It was rather short, and the tip of the pen was very, very sharp like a needle. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Nianshua's eyes. "This pen is quite unique." As she spoke, she flipped open the first page of the Theory of the Universe and read softly. "What is the universe? It is the general term for all space, time, and matter." Seeing this, Yang Nianxue was silent for a moment before flipping to the second page. Space is boundless, time is boundless, and matter is boundless. When the 3 combine, it becomes the universe and the great Tao. It's completely possible to cultivate the way of godhood with science. Yang Nianxue hurriedly flipped to the next page. When she flipped to the next page, she was immediately stunned. There was a line of words on it. "Sister, it's not good to barge into someone else's study without the owner's permission and peek at their books." Yang Nianshua's eyes were filled with disbelief. The other party actually knew that someone was here to peek? Yang Nianshua flipped to another page. "Still want to read? Hee, I won't let you read it." Yang Nianshua continued to flip. "You really want to read it? If you answer correctly, I'll show you the secret code." Yang Nianshua flipped to another page. "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." Yang Nianshua's expression froze. "What secret code is this?" She flipped to another page, but it was completely blank. There was nothing at all. Yang Nianshua closed the ancient book and fell silent. She had to admit that she was slightly shocked at this moment. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have underestimated this mysterious master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. What exactly is his background? At this moment, Yang Nianshua suddenly turned around. There was a black box on the side of the study table. Yang Nianshua originally wanted to open it, but she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Her actions just now were slightly offensive. A short moment later, Yang Nianshua placed the box back to its original position, and then she placed the ancient book back to its original position. She glanced at the surroundings, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. This pavilion master isn't simple at all. Without thinking too much, Yang Nianshua was about to enter the Xiaota. At this moment, Yi Xian walked out from the Xiaota. At this moment, his physical body had completely recovered. Not only had his physical body recovered, but his soul had also recovered. After all, the flow of time in the Xiaota was different from the outside world. Yang Nianshua asked softly, "You're done?" Yi Xian nodded. Yang Nianshua said, "Then let's go." Yang Nianshua suddenly looked around and walked to the bookshelf. He glanced at it and frowned slightly. He couldn't understand it. Yang Nianshua was about to say something when Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and moved the entire bookshelf into the xiaota. Then he walked to the study table, and moved the table and chair into the xiaota as well. Yang Nianxue's face darkened. Brother, this isn't good. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. I have the Xiantian token, so I can take anything in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yang Nianxue was speechless. Everything in the world had karma. She didn't know if it was a good or bad karma. Chapter 2173. On the 9th floor, Yang Nianxue said in a low voice, Brother, what are your plans? Yi Xian was expressionless. What plans can I have? Fight to the death, of course. Yang Nianxue wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. Sister, you want to say that we can't beat that woman, right? Yang Nianxue nodded. That woman's strength is beyond our imagination. Moreover, the other two supremes are on her side. Not only that, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion seems to be on their side as well. The situation is very disadvantageous for us. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing. What I mean is, we have to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. Yi Xian was silent. He naturally understood Yang Nianxue's meaning. The siblings were no match for that woman. If they went to look for her, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Yang Nianxue continued. We can go find Dad. Yi Xian shook his head. I will take revenge myself. As he spoke, he opened his palm and small tower appeared in his hand. Yi Xian looked at Yang Nianxue. Sister, you can hide our auras, right? Yang Nianxue nodded. But not for long. Yi Xian asked, How long? Yang Nianxue said in a low voice. I'm afraid they will use some secret technique to find us. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he entered xiaota. Time. What he needed now was time. Yi Xian came to a mountain peak, and he looked into the distance, his eyes a little dazed. When he fought with Dao Xian, not only did he ignite his bloodline, but he also ignited his soul. In the end, Xiao Han even let him devour it, but he still couldn't beat his opponent. This was the most despair he had ever felt. Xiao Han. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment his heart was still bleeding. At the same time, the bloodline in his body suddenly trembled, about to explode. Yang Nianxue appeared beside Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. Control your bloodline. The current you doesn't need to go crazy, you need to calm down. Unless you want to call for help. Call for help. These two words were like a needle stabbing into Yi Xian's heart. He didn't know when it started, but whenever he ran into trouble, Qing'er would always lend a helping hand. Over time, he became more and more fearless. Because he was fearless, he became more and more flashy. This time, however, Qing'er didn't make a move. This was the first time he tasted despair. True despair. Even if he risked his life, he still couldn't change the outcome. This was how cruel the world was. Most of the time, you wouldn't necessarily get a satisfactory result just because you worked hard and risked your life. Yi Xian clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down. Anger was a sign of incompetence. Only an incompetent person would do something as meaningless as anger. After a long time, Yi Xian's blood gradually calmed down. Yang Nianxue's heart ached as she looked at Yi Xian. She knew that Soul's disappearance was a huge blow to Yi Xian. Xiaota didn't say anything else. This time, it was also a huge blow to it. In history, it and Yi Xian were in such a miserable state. Not only was Yi Xian hopeless, it was also in despair. That woman was really strong. Even when Soul took the initiative to let Yi Xian devour, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. He still couldn't do anything to her. Actually, it wanted Yi Xian to call for help more than once, because in its opinion, only Master and Tianming could kill that woman. However, it knew that Yi Xian wouldn't call for help, because the current Yi Xian had already started to hate his flashy self. Flashy? It wasn't impossible. But you must have the strength. Just like Dad, wasn't Dad also flashy? But Dad had the strength. Using a saying from the secular world. Many times, the fart of a rich person was fragrant. Strength. Yi Xian took a deep breath. After self-reflection, he started to ponder. How could he defeat that Dao Xian? Strength? Even with his physical body and the green profound sword, he still couldn't defeat his opponent, let alone now. Divine power? Slash the past, slash the present, and slash the future couldn't do anything to him. After much thought, Yi Xian realized he had no chance of winning if he fought against his opponent. Even if he burned his soul and bloodline, he still would not win. Moreover, his intuition told him that Dao Xian still had some reservations. There was only one way left. Call for help. He could continue to be the second generation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up into a self-deprecating smile. Other than calling for help, what else could he do? At this time, Yang Yanxue walked to Yi Xian's side. She lightly patted the dust on Yi Xian's collar, and then said softly, "Don't blame yourself. Big sister will help you." Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue, and Yang Yanxue smiled slightly. "I can't defeat that woman, but I can help you become stronger." Saying that, she opened her palm, and 10 storage rings appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yang Yanxue looked at Yi Xian. "This is all of Big Sister's assets. Among them, there are some that Dad gave me, some that Little Bai gave me, some that Mother gave me, and some that I cheated myself. Oh no, I earned myself. Now I'll give them all to you." Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "Big sister, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it at the last minute." Yang Yanxue suddenly said, "Brother, do you know what you're not as good as Dad?" Yi Xian fell silent. Yang Yanxue looked straight at Yi Xian. "Dad will never give up under any circumstances. Do you know how desperate Dad was when he faced heaven's will? 10,000 times more desperate than your current situation. Do you know how miserable we were back then? That year, Tendo and those divine beasts were instantly killed by heaven's will. Auntie Tian Xiao and Qi Bai Tian died in battle. 2 of heaven's will clones died in battle. Arya's soul was almost destroyed. Even senior Xiao Yaozi, who had never been defeated, couldn't even draw his sword when facing heaven's will. Dad was even hung up and beaten. But even so, Dad didn't give up. He really didn't give up. He can die, he can cry, but he will never give up easily. He won't give up until he dies." Yi Xian fell silent. Yang Yanxue said again, "I also feel very desperate when facing that Dao Xianyi. But shouldn't we give it our all? At least we're still alive now." Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard in the face. Pa! The sound of the slap resounded throughout Xiaota's world. Yi Xian's expression was terrifyingly calm. "Big sister, you're right. I'm still alive, why should I give up? How can I give up?" As he spoke, he gazed at the spatial rings in front of Yang Yanxue. And then he said, "Which ones are useful to me?" Yang Yanxue said, "All of them." Yi Xian nodded. He swept the spatial rings with his divine sense. And it didn't take long for all the divine treasures within them to enter his sea of consciousness. He instantly knew which ones were useful to him. A short moment later, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a heart appeared in his palm. Yang Yanxue said, "This is the tree heart of the divine tree of life. I obtained it from an old man who carried a bamboo box." Yi Xian nodded, and then he withdrew a white jade bottle. The white jade bottle contained Arya's blood. Yi Xian gazed at Arya's blood in his hand, and he pondered in his heart, "I have to attain the eternal immortal realm first. Only when my body is immortal, soul is immortal, and will is immortal would I be able to fight that woman. Because once I attain that realm, my strength will become even stronger after I ignite my body and soul. If I want to kill that woman, then I can only fight with my life on the line. I intend to ignite my body and soul directly." Yi Xian took out Arya's blood, and then he poured a drop down his throat. He was rebuilding his eternal immortal body. For the sake of suppressing the formidable strength within Arya's blood, he'd even swallowed the tree heart of the divine tree of life. Only with the tree heart suppression would he be able to slowly absorb Arya's blood. This time, he didn't just swallow a single drop, but all 12 drops of blood within the bottle. This was Yang Yanxue's idea, because his eternal immortal body was completely useless against Dao Xianyi, and his body had to be even stronger. Otherwise, it would still be shattered by Dao Xianyi. Besides Arya's blood, Yi Xian had also devoured countless treasures of heaven and earth. All of these treasures had been collected by Yang Nianxue in the past, and every single one of them was truly priceless. There were some that she couldn't bear to eat herself, such as the tree heart of the divine tree of life. She couldn't bear to eat it. It had to be said that watching Yi Xian eat her treasures of heaven and earth like he was eating cabbages, Yang Nianxue's heart ached a little. But when she remembered that he was her biological brother, she didn't think about it anymore. Biological brother. In fact, she hadn't spent much time with Yi Xian. The two of them hadn't been together since they were young, so it was impossible to say how deep their relationship was. But in the end, blood was thicker than water. Moreover, she still felt a little guilty towards Yi Xian, because the green-robed man had let Yi Xian grow, but he had raised her generously. Since she was born, she had almost never suffered any hardships. After a long time, Yang Nianxue collected her thoughts. Looking at Yi Xian, whose body was slowly transforming, she said softly, "Brother, do your best." Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian's physical body had completely transformed. His physical body had once again reached the immortal level. However, it was not over yet. He was constantly pushing his physical body. He wanted to push his physical body to the limit. His own limit. Or in other words, the limit of the immortal realm. Of course, it was painful. In fact, it was painful from the beginning. Arya's blood was no joke. Even with the tree heart of the divine tree of life suppressing it, he still felt like his body was immersed in scorching lava. However, this bit of pain was nothing to him. At this time, Yi Xian's body was slowly tearing apart. Seeing this scene, Yang Nianxue frowned slightly. What's going on? Yi Xian's body was tearing apart, but after tearing apart, it quickly healed. And then tearing apart again, this process repeated. Yang Nianxue said solemnly, "Qualitative change. Qualitative change." After Yi Xian's body reached the immortal realm, it underwent another qualitative change. What was the body above the immortal realm? Yang Nianxue didn't know, because she didn't cultivate her body. At this time, Yang Nianxue's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, she left Xiaota and returned to the 9th floor. At the door, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Someone was coming. Chapter 2174. Who is it? Yang Nianxue stared fixedly at the staircase in the distance, and she slowly clenched her right fist. Right at this moment, a woman walked up to her. Yang Nianxue's face instantly sank when she saw the woman. Dao Xuani. This woman actually found me. Dao Xuani gazed at Yang Nianxue. Where is he? Yang Nianxue fell silent. Dao Xuani stared at Yang Nianxue in silence. Yang Nianxue suddenly smiled and said, "How did you find me?" Dao Xuani didn't speak. She slowly clenched her right fist, and then an invisible force enveloped Yang Nianxue. At this instant, Yang Nianxue sensed the aura of death. At this moment, Dao Xuani was at his peak state. Yang Nianxue was just about to speak, when Dao Xuani suddenly punched at her. This punch was swift like a thunderclap, and it carried monstrous might. In the distance, Yang Nianxue's eyes narrowed slightly. She opened her palm, and a tiny wooden figure that held a sword appeared in her hand. Right when she was about to activate the tiny wooden figure, she suddenly noticed to her astonishment that the space before her had become illusory, and the terrifying force of Dao Xuani's punch had actually vanished without a trace. When Dao Xuani's punch arrived before Yang Nianxue, it had become soft and powerless. Both of them were stunned. What's going on? Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani punched again, and a terrifying force instantly surged out from her fist. This punch was capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. However, in the blink of an eye, the force of that punch vanished completely, and it was another soft punch. At this moment, Dao Xuani's pupils constricted slightly. She turned to glance at the surroundings, and only now did she notice that this place was slightly strange. Yang Nianxue noticed it as well. The space here seemed to be different from the outside world. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, the space around her rippled like water. After a long time, she seemed to have noticed something, and she frowned. Young Nianxue glanced at Dao Xuani with a slightly strange expression. Her intuition told her that Dao Xuani couldn't break through the restrictions here. This restriction was definitely set up by the mysterious pavilion master. However, wasn't Dao Xianyi and the mysterious pavilion master equally famous? Right at this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly opened her eyes. She opened her palm, and the infinite ruler appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she suddenly smashed the ruler forward. This ruler fell, but there was no movement. Dao Xuani's eyes narrowed slightly, while her expression was rather unsightly. Right at this moment, she seemed to have noticed something, and her pupils constricted abruptly while she hurriedly blocked with the ruler in her hand. Boom! A powerful force suddenly crashed onto Dao Xian's long ruler. Bang! Dao Xianyi was sent flying and crashed into the wall. However, the wall was not damaged at all. The entire 9th floor did not move at all. Rebound! She had just swung her qi, and it had all rebounded back to her. Young Nianshua's expression turned slightly solemn when she saw this. It was too strange. In the distance, Dao Xuani wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned grave. Meanwhile, Mu Xian and Lan Shan appeared here as well, and both of them were stunned when they saw young Nianxue. Mu Xian was about to attack when Lan Shan stopped him, and gestured for him to look at Dao Xuani. Mu Xian gazed at Dao Xuani, and he was stunned when he saw the blood on the corner of Dao Xuani's mouth. Meanwhile, young Nianxue suddenly smiled and said, "Looks like the owner of this study doesn't like others fighting here." Dao Xuani gazed at young Nianxue. She didn't attack again, and she just closed her eyes slowly instead. The space around her gradually started to become illusory. Obviously, she intended to deal with the spatial restrictions here. As for Mu Xian and Lan Shan, they noticed something unusual about the situation here as well, and a trace of shock could be seen in their eyes. The mysterious pavilion master. Actually, they'd met the pavilion master in the past. All those years ago, when the Immortal Treasure Pavilion intended to open a branch here, the pavilion master had gone to them and asked for their help. They naturally didn't agree so easily, so they'd fought the pavilion master, and the outcome was a draw. That was why the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was said to be equally famous as Dao Xuani. It was because they thought that the pavilion master was an expert on the same level as them. But now it would seem like that wasn't the case at all. The pavilion master had concealed his true strength. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani's hands started to wave about swiftly, and the space here actually started to split apart and reform. Everyone watched as the space before Dao Xuani was split apart once more. And then Dao Xuani's hands moved faster and faster, while the space here was changing faster and faster as well. However, Dao Xuani's countenance had turned slightly pale. Suddenly, the space within the study started to tremble violently. Young Nianshua's brows knit together slightly. Is it about to be dealt with? Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly pressed the fingers of his right hand together and tapped forward. Just this tap alone caused the space within the study to instantly ripple like a pebble that had fallen into water. Dao Xuani's expression suddenly eased up. Looks like it's been dealt with. Right at this moment, the space here suddenly split apart like a cube, and then it swiftly rearranged itself. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically because they noticed that their cultivations were actually plummeting. In just a short period of a few breaths of time, their cultivations had dropped to 0. Moreover, all of them had become ordinary people at this moment. Ordinary people that were completely helpless. It was too terrifying. All of them were stunned. What's going on? Dao Xuani's eyes were filled with disbelief. Space-time backtrack. Space-time backtrack. Mu Xian and Lan Shan gazed at Dao Xuani when they heard this. And then Lan Shan spoke solemnly. "Miss Xuani, what does space-time backtrack mean?" Dao Xuani's eyes were filled with disbelief. "It means that we've returned to the past and returned to the time when we were at our weakest. Such a divine ability. I'm afraid even the temporal master isn't able to accomplish it." Space-time backtrack. Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions had become unsightly. How could it be played like that? Wouldn't that make them invincible in the world? Damn it. Lan Shan gazed at Yang Yinxue. Is the pavilion master protecting them? Mu Xian shook his head. I don't think so. It's the problem here. The pavilion master doesn't want anyone to fight here. The 9th floor. They knew that the 9th floor was where the pavilion master resided, and even members of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion weren't allowed to come here. Obviously, the pavilion master didn't want anyone to fight here. Dao Xuanyi gazed at Yang Yinxue in the distance with a calm gaze that carried killing intent. Yang Yinxue didn't speak. If you're weak, then don't act tough. If you can't win, then be a little cowardly. You won't suffer a loss. Meanwhile, Mu Xian spoke abruptly. Go look for Yu Xian. He's the branch master here, so he definitely has a way. Both of them turned around and left once they finished speaking. Dao Xuanyi didn't leave. She was in the study, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she looked at the surroundings. The pavilion master. Actually, she hadn't met the pavilion master in the past. However, everyone said that she and the pavilion master were once the two most capable women in the mid-world, and they were equally famous. Now it seemed like how ironic it was. The pavilion master's ability to use space-time far surpassed hers. They weren't on the same level at all. Dao Xuanyi looked at the surroundings, and the confusion in her eyes grew. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her master had asked her to seal her cultivation. One couldn't be too complacent. It was like a cup. If it was too full, then it couldn't hold anything new. There was no limit to learning. There was no limit to martial arts. There was no limit to Dao. You say you're strong, but there's always someone stronger than you. Dao Xuanyi slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she slightly bowed towards the inside of the study. This was respect. She wouldn't fight here anymore. After retreating to the door, Dao Xuanyi's cultivation level instantly recovered. At the same time, her aura suddenly skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, Yang Yinxue's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Brother, this woman actually broke through. Damn it, I'm having a mental breakdown. Breakthrough. After Dao Xuanyi suffered a setback, not only did she not sink into depravity, but her state of mind broke through, and her strength increased by another level. What was a monster? This was a monster. What was a true expert? Those who could remain unfazed by honor and humiliation, and those who knew shame and bravely fought back were experts. All the hardships and difficulties in the world were stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. Outside the door, Dao Xuanyi's aura became stronger and stronger. Although there was no movement in the study, the outside was already boiling. The entire mid-world was boiling. Supreme. What was a supreme? After eternal immortality was the supreme. Supreme was the meaning of the limit. It meant that one's physical body, divine soul, and will had reached their own limits. Under such circumstances, a person's physical body, divine soul, and will had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could be said that a supreme's physical body, divine soul, and will had already broken through their own limits. To achieve eternal immortality was not especially difficult, but to reach the limit, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Reaching the limit and reaching the limit, those were two different concepts. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Mu Xian and Lan Shan suddenly raised their heads. When they saw Dao Xuanyi breaking through, their minds went blank. Broke through? Just like that. It had been 1,000 years since they reached the supreme level. And in these 1,000 years, they were still the supreme level. Because to break through again was too difficult. One must know that they had already reached their own limits in all aspects. Under such circumstances, to break through again was simply too difficult. And now, Dao Xuanyi actually broke through? Just like that. At this moment, both of their expressions were extremely unsightly and complicated. At this moment, Lan Shan slightly shook his head. Actually, she's well prepared. Mu Xian fell silent. After Dao Xuanyi reached the supreme level, he left the solitary mystic path and traveled alone. Moreover, he sealed his strength and left for hundreds of years. Now that the opportunity had arrived, it was normal for him to break through directly. Even so, their hearts were slightly sour. From this moment onward, Dao Xuanyi was above the supreme level. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, when Yu Xian found out that Dao Shuani had broken through, he was extremely excited. Yu Xian laughed madly in the room. Fortunately, he was glad that he didn't choose to help Yi Xian. Otherwise, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would be gone. He'd made countless decisions in his life, and at this moment, he felt that this decision was the wisest one he'd ever made. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.